Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner. Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Council Bergman?
Here.
Council Calorio?
Here.
Council Agia?
Here.
Council King?
Here.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Here.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Here.
Council Pasillo?
Here.
Council Russell?
Here.
Council Toomey?
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. We have the approval of the minutes for 5A, B, and C. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. We have public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on items appearing on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, are we all set? That's all right. That's 39.
So, Mr. Mayor, Rule 39, items of public interest. At every meeting of the City Council under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any persons seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the City Council on any eligible item on the agenda for that meeting, both in person and remotely. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony on all items at one appearance at the microphone. The time for speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes for any one speaker or 30 minutes for all speakers.
Okay, name and city of residence?
Certainly. Fred Nathan Worcester. So items 8A, V, 8A, W, and 8AX, all dealing with handicap parking right over here. I could be corrected, but I think there's 4 handicap spots right along here, right at the corner and coming right over here. I could be wrong with the number, but it seems to me there's 4 of them. So, because the item here is asking for 2, so I'm not quite sure. I would think maybe they could stand some more handicap spots on this side of the building, on the Front Street side, but I think we're all good on the Franklin Street side. I could be wrong, and I don't know the number of it here. I kind of lost my place here, about asking that they change the way the petitions are. What's that? Okay,
Go ahead.
13P, but I guess They're trying to change the way the petitions are written up, by the people. And any change in the petition standard in which we file a petition kind of sounds to me like control.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Andrew Marsh, 212 May Street, Worcester, Massachusetts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise in opposition to agenda items 13B and 13C. Here in Worcester, we the people have the ability to directly petition our elected city council for redress of grievances. To even humor stripping us of that process, to take away the closest thing we have to a direct democracy in a city of over 200,000 people, is only the latest instance in a disturbing trend of what can only be described as security theater. Just like the recent gatekeeping of the public from so much as being able to exist in this public building without giving a reason or utilize its amenities, this will do nothing to benefit the public or enhance our civic and democratic participation in the city of Worcester. This evident pattern of disdain for those who dare to exist and participate in the municipal affairs of their own city must come to an end, and it must be reversed until every single resident who desires to participate is not only not blocked, but is appreciated for their time and energy. Now, before I yield back the balance of my time, I feel obligated to point out one more thing about the security theater in this city. Mr. Mayor, you forgot to pass out the popcorn.
What's your name and city residence?
Ashley Spring, Worcester, Massachusetts. I want to start by reading page 375 of the expanded agenda for tonight that most of the general public will not be able to read because they do not have the time to page through that much. It's nestled very deep in it, but it says, the city manager is hereby requested to request the city solicitor provide city council with an opinion as to whether a councilor or a councilor who has immediate family, who is a landlord or a tenant, and therefore has a financial interest, receives or pays rent, must recuse themselves from all matters affecting housing and rental costs or controls. This is clearly problematic. We would lose quite a few members of the council to be able to vote if that were to pass, or if a petition were to come and that were to pass. I'm also concerned that it doesn't take account of the councilors who have vested interests in some of the investors that come through Worcester. I also want to talk about 13B and C. 13B and C stand to make it extremely hard for people to civically engage. If we have to rely on our councilors to submit petitions on our behalf, we run the risk of having to speak to a councilor that doesn't care what we say or blocks us in public domains. These councilors may not center their constituents' concerns. I think this is an egregious attempt to silence Worcester residents, and I urge the council to consider that and not pass it. I also want to speak for a little bit on 11G. I want to commend Councilor Pasillo on asking if the city can consider these community grocery stores, take a lot of pressure off of the organizations that typically feed needy families in Worcester, the grassroots ones, and allow the city to lead and serve its community members with care and integrity, which it doesn't typically do. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, item number?
I'm Keith Linares, number 1 Germain Street. I'm deeply concerned and troubled by items 13B and 13C. True democracy is in peril. Our federal government has been restricting fundamental rights like freedom of speech and the right to assemble across this country. So it's profoundly troubling that our own city would be considering similar measures. Like many cities, we struggle with civic engagement. Less than 20% of registered voters participated in the last municipal election. And we should be doing everything within our power to increase that. Residents already have so few opportunities to meaningfully engage with democracy locally. As it stands today, councilors often can't adequately and equally respond to all residents' calls and emails. I know I've made numerous calls and emails over the years without any direct response. Councilor Pasillo has been a notable exception for her responsiveness. Public petitioning is one of the few remaining ways residents can truly be heard. Limiting it stifles valuable ideas and experiences and disempowers residents. This action would also further consolidate power with the city manager. By increasing their administrative burden, counselors would become gatekeepers, incentivized to squash challenging petitions and protect the city manager's narrative. They bear the brunt of resident engagement, but gain no real power to influence action. In a city of our size, power should be distributed more fairly from the top all the way down to residents. If the next city council has the same tendencies as the current council and public participation in the process is further limited, the local paths to engaging in democratic systems will be turned into dead ends. We must ensure every voice is heard and everyone's ideas have a chance to shape our city's future. Yield.
Hello, my name's Ann Bureau. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here on behalf of the Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition. The Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition is a group of advocates, community leaders, residents, and social service agencies dedicated to making Worcester a place where every resident has access to a safe, affordable housing. We are very grateful to the City Council for exploring ways to alleviate the housing crisis, which is unbelievable. And we would welcome the opportunity to meet and share what we are seeing on the ground with housing challenges. While we agree the preservation of NOAA units in Worcester is critical, we want to ensure any such program include guardrails to ensure that tenants are protected. We also would like to share some other ideas. Our top concerns and recommendations are to include guardrails to ensure tenants in NOAA units are protected, including units must be up to code in order to get and keep the tax credits. Units should prioritize residents below 60% AMI. Please, please. Preserving NOAA is important, but it will not provide the immediate relief that Worcester residents need today at the scale of what it is needed. And many of us are fighting for rent stabilization across the state, which is desperately needed. Tenants are being displaced and forced into homelessness because rents are rising quickly and dramatically, and this policy will not help those tenants already overpriced in housing. The recent housing production plan includes tenant-focused strategies, which we agree is the right approach and should be urgently pursued for taxpayer investment. And the city should prioritize ways to limit predatory rent increases, especially by corporate investors. As a longtime social worker, the rents are now over $2,000 a month. We don't even know what to say to families. So it's a great need. Thank you for trying to address it. Thank you.
Good evening. Shamika Pearson, Worcester resident, addressing Agenda 11F. I urge the board to approve the proposed landlord tax relief and also consider rent stabilization as a city's collective prosperity, where residents' fundamental needs are met, fostering thriving environment and incentivizes diligent work ethic. Supporting Worcester residents' ability to secure affordable housing is a paramount to their well-being and overall success. I personally find it difficult as a resident who has worked hard to earn a master's degree while being a single parent. I still not have seen the reward of working hard due to the high rising cost of rent. My goal is to see the rewards of being a contributing member of my community. Please help me and many others like me attain this goal. In my humble opinion and research, it would only help the city to be more prosperous.
Thank you. Is your name, city residents?
Hi, my name is Echo Collins. I am a resident of the city of Worcester. I'm here to talk about the affordable housing crisis. And the real crisis is that there is no affordable housing. I worked for the Worcester Housing Authority during the pandemic, during COVID, when the city received the emergency housing vouchers. And I was the primary person who placed about all 90 of those families. And I can speak from experience that there was a bottleneck in being able to place families until CMHA was able to come up with an incentive program for the landlords. That incentive program did allow more landlords to rent to people. We definitely were able to place more people. And I'm definitely supporting the city in providing those tax breaks for landlords. Those incentives not only help landlords who are concerned about not being paid, but it does give them opportunities to invest in other ways in their properties. We have a lot of residents who are needing help, who are at that 60% limit that Ann spoke of. And unfortunately, in this climate, with the increase of the FMR, people who are receiving help and vouchers still aren't able to find housing in the city of Worcester. I am a mom of 2 boys. I'm embarrassed to say, but we squeeze ourselves in a 1.5 bedroom. I pay over $1,600 in rent. I need to move. My place is not being kept well. And I am a quality citizen. I want to stay in Worcester. I'm having to look outside the city of Worcester. And people with vouchers are having no success either. And this is a huge problem. So if you could please address it, the incentives would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jalen Givens Osafu. I'm here at 508 Cheers. I'm a senior at Doherty Memorial High School and a lifelong resident of Worcester. I'm here to speak about something that affects me, my family, and so many others in our city, the urgent need for affordable housing. The housing crisis in Worcester is real. Every day, people struggle with affordability, availability, quality, and safety. These aren't just statistics, they're lived experiences. My family knows this firsthand, especially my grandmother. My grandma is a woman who spent her life caring for her children and giving back to her community. But as she got older, her health declined. She had lost cartilage in both of her knees and suffered 2 strokes, leaving her unable to work. 8 years ago, she applied for affordable housing that can meet her needs. 8 years later, she's still waiting. Because of this long wait and her declining health, she had no choice but to move in with me and my mom. We live on the 3rd floor of a building with no elevator, meaning that my grandma, a woman who once lived her full, active life, is now trapped in our apartment. 8 years of waiting, 8 years of being stuck in a country that prides itself on freedom. How can we allow this to happen? I ask you, as leaders, as neighbors, as people of parents and grandparents of your own, how can we let someone who gave so much to her family and community be left behind like this? We need policies that prioritize our most vulnerable residents, especially our elders and those living on fixed incomes. We need more affordable, accessible housing now, not another 8 years. Thank you for your time and listening to the voices of the young who deeply care about the future of the city.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anaya Cyrus, and I'm with 508 Cheers. I'm here. I am a Worcester resident. I go to Burncoe High School. I'm here today to speak about something that affects all of us, the affordable housing crisis. Let's be clear, the crisis is that affordable housing is disappearing. For many, it's no longer exists. It no longer exists. Even those with vouchers, supports, and assistance, I stand before you not just as a voice, but as a reminder that housing is not a luxury. It's a basic human right, just like food, and with the cost of both increasing, how can we expect our families to survive? Families are what make our community. Without families, what would Worcester be? Across the community, right here in Worcester, families are being pushed out of their communities. Rent have skyrocketed. Homes prices has doubled. Wages hasn't kept up. Teachers, nurses, essential workers, the people who keep our community running, are being forced to live further and further from their jobs. Many are living paycheck to paycheck. Some are just one emergency away from homeless. This isn't just a crisis, it's more for failure. It's more of failure. Affordable housing isn't just about buildings, it's about living. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Will Talbot, and I am a Worcester resident of District 5 and a member of the Strong Towns Worcester leadership team. This evening, I'm here regarding item 8H under the list of Department of Transportation and Mobility items, and in support of the protected bike lanes along Mill Street, and regarding items 13B and 13C under the communications of the city clerk in support of continued direct petitioning of city council by the public. The current parking protected bike lanes along Mill Street encourage reduced travel speeds along the corridor. Research has shown that reduced speeds lead to safer roadway conditions for roadway users. Initial data from Mill Street has been promising and has showed that speeds are down and safety has increased. These bike lanes also encourage active lifestyles, as well as alternatives to polluting single occupancy vehicle use, and have the opportunity to connect with yet to be built cycling facilities which can contribute to a citywide network. And in my experience in walking down Mill Street, I've seen people who have used these facilities in ways that, you know, if it was the former way that the road was configured, that wouldn't be possible, like people using the bike facilities to play outside their houses, young children. So I think it's a really good thing for the community. And then also it is vitally important for the city for people to have the ability to directly communicate their concerns to their elected officials, as this empowers residents and is essential to the spirit of democracy. And to conclude, I urge the council to continue to support bicycle and pedestrian safety measures along Mill Street and throughout the city, and to continue to support open public participation in directly petitioning the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Petty. My name is Mike Kane. I'm the Economic Development and Public Policy Associate at the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight to offer comments on 11G, the report requesting a feasibility of a municipally owned grocery store. First, I want to thank Councilor Pacello for elevating this important issue. Food insecurity and the presence of food deserts are a real challenge here in our city, and we support efforts to provide meaningful solutions to them. However, we respectfully ask the council to file this order out of the respect of many business owners, large and small, who already operate grocery stores and food markets in our city and contribute meaningfully to our local economy. As a municipally run grocery store, while it is a well-intentioned idea, it could unintentionally compete with private businesses, undercutting local entrepreneurs who are already serving our neighborhoods. Today, I think there's around 20 grocery stores and supermarkets in the city, and that's not counting dozens of other independently owned markets, family-run bodegas, and especially food shops located near in every neighborhood around the city. These are not businesses that only provide fresh food. They also create jobs, they activate storefronts, and they contribute to the vibrancy of our city as well as neighborhoods throughout the city. And also, they pay the 8th highest commercial tax rate in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In fact, the Chamber, we've recently completed a study comparing grocery stores in Worcester to those outside of Worcester, and they're paying 3 times more to do their business here in Worcester. Moreover, you know, Worcester, we're very fortunate to have many community-driven nonprofits here, one of them being the Worcester Regional Food Hub. They've been supportive here of this council as well as the administration, providing local food from farms right here in central Massachusetts to people here living in the city. And again, for these reasons, we respectfully request the council to not file this order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Foreman. I'm a renter in District 4 here in Worcester. Just want to speak very briefly about the report on Mill Street 8H. I really do appreciate the work of the Department of Transportation and Mobility. I regularly use Mill Street. Very much appreciate that our biking network of streets and pathways is improving and continuing to grow, and read the report. Nice to see that there is a positive trend coming from this. Being a regular user of the area, it feels very safe. Having been in New York City, San Francisco, and biking in those cities, it's nice to see Worcester following some of the quality of these things. I will say that I read the report, and I'm a little concerned that the average speed, while it's come down, is still 35 miles an hour. If that's the average, wow, there's still room to improve safety in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester. First, I'd like to address 11G. I don't think I can't say it, my dyslexic self, I don't think the city should be in business, particularly in a grocery store. And if they are, I think it should be sort of like some social service agency where they should be selling the food for like a third of the price to low-income people. And if it's not beneficial for them to do that, I don't think you should do it. I mean, you're a government agency. You're not a small business. The two are so far from one another. That's my take on it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not done.
Okay.
You got off easy. On 13B and D through D, I think we've lost enough freedom. I don't want, the city clerk to be writing my petitions or rewriting them. We live in a democratic society. There was a time that you wanted us to go totally remote. Let's hold on to democracy in this city. Thank you.
Good evening, City Councilors and Mayor Petty. My name is Shirley Wright. I am a citizen and a homeowner in the City of Worcester, and I rise, but I need to ask you your permission to have my neighbors who are here to stand with me. Would you please stand with me while I make the remarks? I know I have just 2 minutes. But we are here on behalf of our neighbors that's on Biltmore Road, which is in the Tatnick area of Worcester. The building at the end of our street was once a residence for nuns. Then it became the Hartwell Center, which was a wellness center. And it's recently been sold and is now slated to be a drug rehab treatment center. I'm glad somebody's rehabbing those that need treatment. Hallelujah. We are concerned about the traffic that will be happening on our dead-end street. We are a neighborhood of families and single-family homes where children play in the streets, they ride their bikes, they play ball, and so forth. We want to request that the rehab center use their back driveway as both an exit and entrance to their property. This will help ensure the safety that we've enjoyed. My husband and I have lived there for over 30 years. We can't believe we're still there, that we're still living, but we are, and we're enjoying our neighborhood. And I would just request that you would take this into consideration. We welcome the center being there because there are people who are definitely need the treatment that will be offered. We simply ask that the traffic situation be attended to because there is a choice. The traffic does not have to go along Biltmore Road. The address is actually Pleasant Street, and there is an entrance and exit to their property. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling. You're welcome.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on agenda item 11F. My name is Jonathan Morales. As a Worcester resident and representative of Homes for All Massachusetts and the Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition, I'm deeply concerned with the growing housing crisis in our city. I want to thank you for considering strategies to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing. Protecting existing affordable units is essential. However, as you discuss a new tax relief program for landlords, I urge you to ensure that any public subsidy comes with strong guardrails to protect tenants and prioritize equity. In qualifying for these tax breaks, landlords must be required to keep units in safe, code-compliant condition and prioritize renting to tenants making below 60% of area median income. We also want to know how the city will enforce this program and ensure these units are tracked. Will the rental registry be expanded to include these units? We must also acknowledge that this incentive will not address the immediate and large-scale housing insecurity facing many Worcester residents today. People are being displaced now, often by corporate landlords due to rent increases that far outpace wages and benefits. We encourage you to work with the Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition to create and enforce policies that stabilize families, protect longtime residents, and prevent homelessness before it happens. Show the residents of the city of Worcester that you care about the well-being and development of people and not just properties. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Hunter. I think most of you know me. I'd like to talk about 13B and C. I don't even think it should be on the agenda. You're taking away rights, and in this time and age of what's going on in Washington, what you should be doing is taking more advice from the people of the city. And we have an election coming up. And through the chair, Mr. Bergman, you've been impeding people's rights, and with your cronies over on the right side of the...
Can you direct your comments to us, please, Lee?
Yes, I said through the chair, yes. We need more openness in this committee. The other thing is I'm glad that there were some committees and commissions that we found people for. This whole commission establishment is crazy. I mean, I was told they needed help on the LGBTQ plus commission. I went the next day and I applied. I waited 2 or 3 months and was supposed to go through the CAC. They didn't have enough there in their meeting, so they canceled it. The next month they canceled it. Waited 3 or 4 more weeks. I did have a Zoom meeting with CAC. Waited a few more weeks. Had a second interview. That all went okay, I thought. But I suppose it's because I speak out that I wasn't appointed. But there was no call to me saying, I'm sorry you didn't get it. You think that would be courtesy of anybody that wasn't being picked for the committee would have to find out from somebody in North Carolina who happened to look on the site. So I'm a little upset at the whole bureaucracy. We need a charter commission to check out some of these archaic rules, and we need them now.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Keene, and I'm a resident here in Worcester. Our democracy relies on accountability, and I stand here in opposition to 13B, 13C, and any removal of people's power in any capacity. We live in a national environment where our representatives are getting away with an increasing immoral and illegal actions. We need more avenues for accountability, not less. ICE is currently being allowed to roll into Worcester and kidnap our neighbors. We need more avenues of accountability to ensure that the City Council can do their job. I also rise in opposition of 11Q to remove elected officials to vote on matters concerning renting. I feel it is an attack direct on the constituents of those city councilors. If this 11Q is taken seriously, this council will become a monopoly for homeowners instead of the voices that are directly impacted by the housing crisis here in Worcester. I yield.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bartholomew O'Brien. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Selectman. Thank you, Mr. Bergman. I don't think I could speak as eloquently.
Please have this a little quiet in the background. Okay, go ahead.
Mrs. Wright spoke on behalf of 11 November. I'm just up here to reiterate her points and thank Mr. Bergman for coming out to district which he isn't even a rep of. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margot Barnett, and I've been a resident of Worcester for, I think, 36 years. So I'm having trouble navigating your new system. I understand you need to do a new system, but I haven't quite figured it out yet. So I received information from folks about 13C, and so I don't know if there's an actual proposal on the table, but I want to say that I think it's really important that we continue having residents be able to present petitions and be able to speak on behalf of those petitions. If the city councilors have to do it, I don't know if there's a proposal that it needs to be only district city councilors, but the district city councilors are tremendously overworked, and so besides the gatekeeping issue of if somebody doesn't like your petition, they might not put it on, which is a big problem. Unless you're going to provide more staff for the counselors to be able to process all this, it makes no sense. So I think I would be in favor of keeping it the way it is. I want to make a very brief comment on 11F. I am not an expert on this, but I remember when the affordable housing issues were being discussed, that Councilor Rose at the time made a point to have incentivization for units at 60% of AMI or below 60% of AMI. If you adopt this, you could be going to 80%, which is meaningless. So you already made a commitment to having some incentives for housing at 60% of AMI. If you're going to do anything, you need to keep to that. Thanks.
So let's have a motion to extend the meeting another 30 minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jenny E. Magentic Memnon. I'm a national activist, a community advocate, one of the pillars in the community, and also a prophetic leader of Worcester Interfaith. I didn't write a speech, but I came here and heard all these wonderful speeches. I said, I guess I better write a speech. Because I wanted to just basically share that in January of 2024, Roberto Diaz, who happens to be who is the executive director of Worcester Interfaith, invited me to join Worcester Interfaith. And I came running because I saw all of the homelessness that was in this city of Worcester, right here in the backyards, right here. We know a lot of the individuals who are homeless or unhoused are living right here throughout our city. So I came running for them. And then in October of 2024, my landlord knocked on my door and told me that I needed to leave. And he wanted me out. And I'm dealing with a no-fault eviction. I've been in Worcester for 43 years. I've been a renter for 32 years. I don't owe rent. I even pay rent double at times. He said, you need to get out. Now, he already raised my rent by $300 a few years ago, a month. And then for this no-fault eviction, he turns around and takes me to court. In May of 2025, I'm asking this landlord, how much you want to go up now? He doesn't want to tell me, but he told the judge he wants to go up by another $530-something. I'm like, what? So my question actually is, who allowed these developers to come into our city of Worcester and raise rents where fair market value in Worcester, Massachusetts, for a two-bedroom is supposed to be about $1,800. It kind of went up in January 2025. You guys most likely know what the numbers are. And these landlords are coming in and they're charging $2,100 to $4,100, and we know that's proofs and facts. Who allowed that?
Thank you.
So that's what my ask is. So basically, gentrification is real in the city of Worcester. And this is where I basically started writing. I'm like, okay, we have people who are being pushed out of this city who have lived here for decades. Not only myself, numerous individuals.
Can you wrap up your
And
comments?
I am going to be wrapping up. And the thing about it is that This is an election year. This is election year. And you individuals who city council represent us. And the thing about it is that there's no rent control in the state of Massachusetts. Now, I'm hearing about this NOAA program, and even though it's a great program, or could be a good program, is that really enough for the gentrification that's happening in our city? Who's gonna be there to protect us?
Thank you.
So, with the elections that are coming up, we're turning around and you represent us. And rent control can happen in the state of Massachusetts, but the thing about it is that we know it has to be statewide.
I know,
Now,
thank
not
you, I
only is it
appreciate if you wrap up.
statewide, the city council here in Worcester, you guys can do it for us.
Thank you.
The city of Worcester, the city councilors can do it for us. You can go and you can get rent control, rent stabilization, because rent control is more of a powerful word.
appreciate it.
I thank you so very much for listening to me. I understand that I have the 2 minutes, but this is more than 2 minutes, because
Yeah.
not everybody who's living on the streets happen to be mental
And
health
can you
issues
please wrap
or
up?
substance
Thank you, I
abuse.
appreciate
A
that.
lot of these people are living on the streets because they're individuals like
Thank you.
myself, who landlords have come and raised the rent by $300 to $800 and saying to get out, because they want the properties, because they want to raise the rents, and they don't want to do any renovations because they want the same amount of money
Thank
that
you.
these other places have with amenities. So we're going to be electing, we're voting
Yeah,
in
thank
September.
you.
We're
I
voting.
appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it, thank you. We have other speakers, please. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Okay, I appreciate, we have other speakers, thank you. Can you wrap it up, please? Thank you. Thank you, can you wrap it up, please? I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate it. Okay. Yep, I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
John Edward Keough, City of Worcester. I was happy to wait for her to finish her speech. This agenda is just full of suppression of speech. That's what this agenda seems to be about. We waited 5 weeks after the media tour of several councilors and yourself, Mr. Mayor, saying how much business was stopped by one meeting being stopped. But now we have this agenda just full of times to stop people from speaking. You cut off these two incredible children who came here to speak. The entirety of this city council's legacy is suppression of the people of Worcester and denying people equal access at this podium and in every other aspect. 13B, 13C, 13D. We already have a database. We've been tracking you of at-large councilors in particular refusing to answer constituent emails, refusing to answer constituent phone calls. We've been tracking you, and we will publish these results. If these things go through, we will publish those results. There are certain councilors in here who don't answer you unless you live on a certain street, a certain neighborhood. We know these things. So we see what you're doing. Stop now. 20A, which is held under privilege, which is related to this, denying people the access to speak who have businesses. You just had the Chamber of Commerce come and waste all this energy to stop Councilor Pasillo's petition about looking into a municipal grocery store. They get all the voice they can in the city. The city chamber, basically, the Chamber of Commerce runs this city. You just let them do whatever they want. But an individual wants to talk for a little while, someone who's lived here for 40 years, they deserve the chance to speak. Stop suppressing people's speech. Oh, And the automatic sprinklers, last thing, real quick, 11A, I know it's a tuck in, but yesterday in Fall River, if that building had automatic sprinklers, 9 people wouldn't have died.
Tom Marino, City of Worcester. On 13C, the report on petitions, no reason why this would come to mind, but it could have included the newest city in Massachusetts, Framingham, which has the most recently constructed city charter, and it has 2 categories of petitions. If an individual submits a petition, it is up to the council. They don't outsource it to the other branch of government. The councilors decide if they'll hear it. And if an individual goes out and gets 300 signatures, then they're entitled to a hearing either before the council or in subcommittee. Pretty simple. There's a million ways that you could better organize how petitions get on the agenda, but kind of seems like right now they don't get on the agenda through ridiculous, absurd explanations. On 11G, we heard some concern about federal funding being pulled earlier this year. We also have, the market has spoken. Grocery stores don't want to be here. They're pulling out rapidly. So this could be considered. There's other options that could be considered. We could be a little creative. We could also look for any alternative source of revenue besides when we go into business throwing away $1.1 million over the last 2 years. So this is an excellent order, is worth looking at, and there's other options like creating the ability to help people establish co-ops, for example, and I'm sure a million other options, rather than waiting for the market to decide while the chamber comes in here and pitches us again on how badly it wants to raise residential taxes.
Good evening. My name is Ted Costas, City of Worcester. I want to talk about 11G. Small businesses are major contributors to local employment. They are the backbone of Worcester. When you support family-owned establishments, you're directly helping to create and sustain job opportunities within our communities. They empower and strengthen its workforce and foster a sense of pride and purpose among the residents. These businesses provide meaningful work for your neighbors, offering employment opportunities that are vital for the economic health and social well-being of your area. Last October, we had a little taste of what the city was thinking of doing with the ban of nicotine and tobacco products. This is 40% of these people's income in sales. Well, let me say this. If you wanted to put it up for more competition for these hardworking folks, destroying many of whom are immigrants who came here for the American dream and work countless hours to provide for their families, well then, I'm going to fight you. I also want to speak about 13B, C, and D. I'm not in favor of that at all. I don't think it's the right thing to do, and I hope you either reconsider it or withdraw it, file it, whatever you want to do with it, but it shouldn't be on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't planning to speak today. My name is Seth Ward. I live about half a mile down from Lincoln Plaza, where the old Stop and Shop used to be. Stop and Shop was sort of like a staple, a grocery store in my neighborhood. There weren't too many local grocery stores around. There was an Aldi, there's a Target. Stop and Shop has one of the few grocery stores that's unionized, right? And they're one of the few grocery stores that hires 14-year-olds. And those are things I always looked up to. And they had fresh food. But they're also one of the grocery stores that raise their prices in lower income neighborhoods. And so their groceries were not the cheapest. And so a part of me is glad that they're gone. And they need to be replaced with something better, because Aldi doesn't have everything. And so a person who's living in Lincoln Village will have to now take 2 buses in order to get to the next grocery store, which is Market 32. And they would have to travel 2 or 3 miles to get over there, when there's a perfectly good space that's right there in Lincoln Plaza. Target's not a full grocery store. They have barely any produce, and Aldi does not always carry everything, and half their produce is moldy. sometimes. That would be the perfect place to put a government-owned grocery store, some sort of co-op or farmer's market to happen year-round where local places, local producers and farms can come and bring their food. These are just some ideas. Y'all can think of something. You know, the community can think of something. Oh, my God. But this is just very important because now people I know in my neighborhood don't have anywhere to go to get their food if they don't have a car. And this is one of just the very many things that I could talk about, but this is just the biggest one that I came to this meeting tonight to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll go to virtual option. I have first calling users. The phone number is 2276. I'm going to mute the calling user now.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name, city of residence,
Thank
and the
you.
item you're calling on.
Good evening. My name is Mara D.C. Coakley. I am a resident of Worcester, and I am here to speak against items 13B and 13C. I am also a member of Worcester Indivisible. Our rights as citizens to petition or otherwise communicate directly with this elected body as to agenda items should not in any way be curtailed or limited. What happens if a district councilor disagrees with or refuses to communicate as to a constituent request? Would that constituent now lose their ability and right to interact with their elected government directly in order to effectuate change? Given the level of fascism that we are experiencing right now at the national level and the low voter turnout at the local level, the fact that we are seeing this now come forward to further derail democracy in action is quite frankly disturbing, particularly to see it happening in the heart of our Commonwealth where national independence was first declared. Well, I see that the matter has been marked to be sent to committee. Committee has already considered this. I would ask for a straight yay or nay vote and a roll call on these two agenda items. And if our appointed, not elected, but our appointed officials cannot handle the number of tax-paying, voting citizens engaging respectfully via petitions to their government, they should resign and get a new job instead of attempting to curtail our civil liberties in order to make their lives easier. I yield my time.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Glenn Pape. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Hello, good evening. I'm Glenn Pape, and I live up in Burncoat. It's kind of crazy today that street signs require a vote. I support 8J and its close friend 8K. Two modest petitions I hope you'll okay. They're about Highcrest Drive, just one block in its length, a fine little street with directional strength. But folks in their cars face a puzzling feat. Two cross streets appear, but no names there to greet. Is that Dennis Drive or Mary Ann maybe? The signs, they are absent. It's driving folks crazy. They circle and guess once again while wondering where this loop might end. This tale, dear council, is more than just cute. Emergency crews could take a wrong route. For safety, for city, just please post the names and end a small chapter of Burncoat Street Games. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Eric Stratton.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call, and I won't be quite as eloquent as my previous speaker, but that was quite enjoyable. I am calling in opposition of 13B, 13C. Again, we continue to see this body limiting the ability of taxpayers, residents, people who work and live in the city of Worcester to engage with you. If you are not able to handle the criticism that comes along with public office, which I understand sometimes can be rather severe, then perhaps you should move aside and let others take your place. We do not need additional limitations to our ability to directly petition this body and enter into discourse with our elected government, our manager, and our other city government, as well as fellow residents. This item should be absolutely rejected and is clearly a thinly veiled attempt to further limit the ability of taxpayers, residents, and others in Worcester to engage with our city government. With regards to the item from Transportation Mobility, I agree.
I think you have a spotty service.
And take to call it and or interact. I support planes. Please remember, for every bicycle that you see out there at any given time, that's another car. We have cars in the city of Worcester. We already have enough cars on the road. We need sidewalk. We need more bike infrastructure. We need our Worcester at the key for that. We're the potential grocery store, food insecurity, and severe and rest. That's the right way to do it. I think.
I think we lost.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we lost you. So the next speaker is David Webb.
David Webb, City of Olympia still. As far as 13A through D, what we're beginning to truly discuss is taxation without representation. And you all messed up real bad here because Fred Nathan, more appropriately, and I are all on the same page against you. Our clerk's department isn't even doing its job. Like this, they're not putting forward people's submissions or petitions anyways. So this is a ridiculous attempt for them to write their problematic practices into stone. Instead, let's preserve democracy. Please remember, everyone, in November, vote for change. Vote for change like the sign that brought us 13D said. 2A and B. The former chair of the Human Rights Commission affirmed the manager's ability to appoint people in line with his plan, so please pay attention that he chose not to appoint advocates who are known to be passionate about justice. 8H, report on Mill Street. Oh good, maybe Jose will finally come up with new talking points. 11F is too little too late. Rent control is still tabled from 4 years ago, so yes, please do this. Yes to 11G, prioritize the residents' needs over the Chamber of Commerce profiting off of our food desert created by Eric Batista. 11P, let's get a report and discuss when the Worcester Police Department unlawfully mutes or deactivates their cameras, as well as why they did not have them when responding to my assault last November, the one time in the past year they were not at City Council. 11K, we don't need more photo ops, we need actual trash solutions. 11S, even though I'm banned from them, please fix the sidewalks at City Hall, they've been bad for years. 11Q, I'm thrilled to be discussing the bias of landlords and developer interests. Let's talk about councilors using bad constables that their committee oversees. The problematic actions we're seeing from Councilor Bergman's committee come after Eric Batista tried to stop protesting in City Hall, after the city removed public events from their calendar and somehow made it more clicks to access agendas and documents. I'm gonna have to create a Google Doc share so that because you guys don't want people knowing where things are. 12A and B is our city solicitor continuing the racist patterns of her predecessors. 15A, 15B, shame on you, Kate Toomey.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Caden Davis. Can you please say your name and city residence?
Yep, can you hear me okay?
Yes, correct.
All right, Caden Davis, City of Worcester. Speaking first on items 13B and 13C, which deal with a fundamental right, the ability of Worcester residents to petition this council. Any attempt to eliminate that right is not a procedural tweak, it's a political move to consolidate power and silence dissent. Resident petitions exist precisely because councilors don't always act. Sometimes constituents are ignored, I have been. Councilors avoid hard conversations or they refuse to carry forward issues that are deemed inconvenient. Taking away our process to petition this council tells residents, if you're not connected or you're not favored or you're not part of the inner circle, you don't get a voice. That is gatekeeping and it's cowardice and, as others have brought up, logistically impossible. This council is a part-time council and you cannot realistically carry out every community concern, assess that, and make a decision adequately and efficiently. This is all about control, and we see clearly through it. Second, the request for a legal opinion on whether councilors who rent or have family who rent or own property should recuse themselves from voting on rent control or rent stabilization is equally as outrageous. Renters and landlords are central to this crisis. Suggesting that our proximity to the crisis disqualifies us is another transparent attempt to rig the system in favor of property owners. By that logic, no councilor who owns a home should vote on property taxes. No business owner should vote on licensing. This is not about ethics, it's about exclusion. And as a renter and as a candidate who's running precisely on housing justice, I am being told that my lived experience disqualifies me. That's offensive and intentional. Lastly, while I believe our small landlords should be supported and I appreciate considerations to address the housing crisis, I urge the council to reflect critically on why there's such a willingness to offer tax reliefs to landlords, but not to also explore a more comprehensive approach to the housing crisis. Where is the urgency to provide meaningful support to renters, to low-income families, to senior homeowners struggling to stay in their homes?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Rob. Try to meet the resident now.
Hello?
Yep. Rob, you
Hi,
can
can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I thank you. I just wanted to say, speak on a few items. Item A8AX, thank you, Councilor Haji, for really taking a hard look at handicap parking around City Hall, because since we're not allowed to park underneath the garage, it's really limited access for folks like myself with these wheelchairs. So thank you, Councilor Haji. Item 11G, Councilor Priscilla's petition for order to the city manager to provide city council a report detailing feasibility of creating municipal grocery stores. This is a great idea. You can connect with Rec Worcester, with the food hub. I think there's so many ways to explore this that can really help provide relief to folks living in food deserts, and especially to those that are struggling to put food on the table, which leads me to item 11F. This is, I think, again, a great way to explore supporting affordable housing. However, rent items like rent stabilization, really making sure that buildings have proper sprinklers to make sure that housing in Worcester is both safe and affordable. This is what really needs to be happening. Unfortunately, the city passed a weak inclusionary zoning ordinance a few years ago. There's a missed opportunity there. This council has decided to pass a really weakened version of the rental registry. That's another fail there, because it could have really helped protect and look into more safe housing for the city. So I think there's things that we really have to take a hard look at. And again, this leads me to another housing order, item 11A, not looking into the sprinkler system or buying into that, not delaying it more and more is not going ahead again. Someone referenced the terrible fire that just happened in Fall River. These tragedies happen because there's not proper safety put in place for large scale buildings. We need this in Worcester so there's not another Gate Street fire. We can't keep kicking the can down the road when it comes to safety for our housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker is Alex. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Good evening. My name is Alex Salcedo. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here to speak about AH, and I just want to say how much I appreciate a safer, more pleasant reconfiguration of Mill Street. Speaking of Mill Street, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite everyone to the Bike for Peace community ride that will take place on the Mill Street parking protected bike lanes this Saturday, July 19th at 3 p.m. Our meeting place will be Coast Park. I guess we all agree that we need to build peace, and cycling is one way to do it. The parking protected bike lanes allow people of all ages and abilities to do so safely. Please go to massbike.org to find more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll close that part of the meeting. Moving on, hearings and orders. We are on 7A to 7C. The motion is to open the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is to to adopt the National Grid for conduit location at Institute Road at Laurel Street, and also conduit location on Madison Street. Anybody opposed to those items? Seeing nobody's opposed, motion is to close the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And the motion is to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're on petitions. A petitioner may speak for no more than 3 minutes on the first item appearing on the agenda. 8A is going to refer to the Department of Parks and Recreation. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8B and 8C is referred to the Planning Board. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8D to 8H is referred to the Public Works Committee. 8I to 8AY refer to Traffic and Parking Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. AAZ to 8BA, set a hearing for August 19th, 2025 at 6 p.m. for a condo location on Beverly Street and a condo location on Harrison Street. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Communications to City Manager. We are on 9-1A. Communications to City Manager recommending appointment of Anit Marutan to the Human Rights Commission and to amend the terms of expiration for Robert Bellata and Bernard Reese due to clerical errors. The motion is to file. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, we have items 2A to 2C. These are appointment confirmation appointments from the council. First one is Communications City Manager recommending appointment of Michael Abelson, Jules Troba, Mark Gannett, Ian Harvey, Tasia Cerezo, and Douglas Abed, the Advisory Committee on the LGBTQIA+ Commission. Roll call. Prior to doing so, Council King. We can do them collectively if you want. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the city finally realizing by appointment the process of establishing these two commissions. It was an honor to initiate the LGBTQ+ Commission and the Black Commission by the way of an order that was unanimously supported, that I filed, that was unanimously supported by the City Council, Mr. Chairman. I know that there have been some concerns expressed tonight regarding the process. I've spoken on this floor previously. I think I filed this in 2022 or 2023, and it's taken some time. There are a number of factors at play there, but what we do know is that these two commissions on African American and Black Affairs and the Advisory Commission on LGBTQ+ issues will be focused on how to center those communities in terms of legislation, in terms of equity in city contracts, in terms of community safety, by advising the manager. As folks know, in this particular charter, the manager is employed by the council, and we have oversight of the manager. So this should be a great way to enhance the toolbox of Eric Batista and make us a more inclusive, equitable city that has equality in all forms and places. Mr. Chairman, through the chair, just really quickly, if you could just share to the community what those appointments look like. Are those staggered appointments, or are those appointments that will all end at the same time, through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, to the council, they're not staggered, they're all at the same time. And so they're serving, I believe, 3 years commitment to the city.
Thank you. You know, again, I look forward to this moving forward to fruition. And I also had filed the item that made this and assigned these two commissions to the appropriate subcommittee as a request, and that was also honored. And through the chair, for the public's purposes, can you explain who the liaison will be from the office of the city or the city manager to these commissions? And you know, one of the things I had asked for previously with regards to Human Rights Commission was some transparency. I know we had spoken and the manager had talked about the fact that reports are accessible on the site. I'm really hoping that with this new system, we can have kind of separated and delineated out an ability to kind of click on, what these particular commissions are doing, their recommendations and memos. So if you could speak to that through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, I just want to point out that the appointment is not staggered, but the expiration is staggered of the members of the commissions.
That's what I meant. Thank you.
Yes. And so right now, the liaison is the Executive Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. They will serve as the liaisons to these boards and commissions. That's the Latinos Affairs, the LGBTQ, the African American, Black Affairs. We have the Status of Women. We have a Human Rights Commission, Disability Commission. They're all under the auspice of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, to the Office of the City Manager, I would just encourage the administration to continually lean on these groups. As mentioned today, the importance of civic engagement as relates to a number of the items that are before us today is so important. This is another opportunity for us to show folks around central Massachusetts and across the Commonwealth what it means when you lean into the citizenry and what you lean into individuals who are vying and asking to make a difference in this municipality. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, the second 2B is the Communications Senior Manager recommending appointment of Sienna Arbor, Derek Casey, Madeline Barjolo, Miriam Nate, Quasi Foster, Chris Nelson, Miles Goodwin, and Advisory Commission, the African American and Black Affairs. The third one, 2C, Communications Senior Manager recommending appointment of Jenny Chow and Aliyah Marie Melville to the Advisory Committee on the Status of Women, and amend the term expiration of Warren Morocco due to a clerical error. I'll collect these collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mara Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we are on 4A and 4B. 4A, Communications Senior Manager recommended disposition of the tax title property at 0 Endicott Street of the order regarding the jurisdiction and disposition of real estate at 0 Endicott Street. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mara Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 4B, Communications Senior Manager recommending adoption of the order regarding the jurisdiction of real property at 0 Northeast Cutoff. Motion is adopted on the roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mara Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 6A, Communications Senior Manager transmitting information and communication relative to the maintenance schedule over the last 4 years. Ernest A. Johnson Tunnel and the agreement for the use of the tunnel as staging area. Motion is referred to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8A is, the motion is adopted on the roll call. Communications Senior Manager recommended adoption of the order for a 90-day trial of all waste stop control into the section of Grandis Street, Oxwood, Holcomb, Providence, and Holcomb Street, Elm Street in Seaver, and June Street, and Haddon Road, and Brunel Street. Motion is to adopt the roll call. Council King?
Yes, just a point of order. Did this already come out of committee? Out of?
This is coming from Mr. Raleigh.
I'm just wondering why this isn't going to committee, Mr. Chairman. That would be my recommendation. I don't know if there's a...
Mr. Raleigh? Commissioner?
I don't know if there's concerns from the neighborhood. I don't know. I mean, I'm familiar with a number of these streets, but I'm just trying to understand why that doesn't go to committee through the chair.
Commissioner?
Yep, Mr. Chair, there are several items on the agenda tonight that relate to this all-way stop control program. This is a program that's been administered by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation that we've participated in, that has identified several locations that could benefit from application of all-way stop, particularly from a safety perspective. So in order to participate in this grant program where we'd be eligible to receive equipment for this, The trial is to basically preserve our eligibility. We have also submitted ordinances which will be referred to committee for the full hearing.
Got it. And so for clarification for the public, my understanding is that will allow for the 90-day trial. And that's it. Is that correct? Through the chair? Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes.
And with respect to the rollout of this particular, I'll call it a pilot, what steps will be made to ensure that there's communication? I know from some areas in the city, when there isn't proper communication or procedure, it could result in additional safety issues while we're trying to increase, safety.
Through the chair to the counselor. So before any of these are implemented, the ordinances that are associated with them would be adopted. So this will have a full hearing before the Traffic and Parking Committee to allow the public to provide feedback. In addition, for each of these locations, Mass DOT has had a consultant prepare a plan that both dictates the signage locations, but also how it's implemented. So the rollout of that in a way that helps communicate the change in traffic control. So it looks at not just adding the stop signs at these intersections, but things like advanced warning signs for a period of 6 months. That'll help communicate that. So this would go through the normal process that we go through for these types of changes, and there is an engineered plan associated with each of these that includes the implementation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask that be, when will this be implemented? Once we vote this, when will the 90-day trial begin?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, if the ordinances themselves are passed, I would anticipate implementation this fall. It depends on when we receive the equipment from Mass DOT.
Okay. Thank you. Just important to make sure that some of that stuff is separated out so that when we're asked as elected officials specifics about the rollout, what it'll look like, et cetera, in terms of preparation and communication to the public, that's ready available. I understand that there's the ordinances are going to traffic and parking, but we should also be able to provide that information without having to delve in it too deeply. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Corio?
Yes, so just to follow up on Councilor King's, some of his questions. So to be clear, the residents and the people that live in this neighborhood will have a voice after the implementation of the 90 days. So this will be implemented, these four-way stop signs, and then people will have a voice afterwards. Am I correct?
Through the chair, the 90-day trial in this case is really procedural to allow us to continue to participate in the grant program to demonstrate that we intend to implement these locations. My assumption is that through the Traffic and Parking Committee, we'll get through all of these ordinance hearings before we actually go and physically install the stop sign locations.
So through the chair, just to be clear, when will the people be able to come and express their viewpoints on whether they believe that this will be effective or they think this will work in the neighborhood? Before the implementation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So 8A is adopting the roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Ajie?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, they ask for reconsideration on 8A.
Reconsideration. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Ajie?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Moore Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
No.
Councilor Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
Mayor Petty.
No. 8B through 8H, we're going to send to traffic and parking. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Fire Department, communication of the city manager transmitting information, communication of the report detailing demographics pertaining to recruits of the recent Worcester Fire Department Fire Academy. You can send that to public safety. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 11A, communication, city manager, any information communication of the use of emergency warming and cooling centers for the last 2 years. We send it to public health. Prior to doing so,
Mr. Chairman, you're going with efficient speed, but unfortunately, did you already go through, what was that, 8H? 8H.
yes, we sent that to traffic and parking.
Okay, I'm looking with the item, sorry, particularly involving the report from Mr. Rowley on Mill Street. So we have a number of different agenda items. So what item number is that, Mr. Chairman?
It's 8H.
Okay. So am I allowed to ask?
Motion to reconsider, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to ask.
We have to have a vote, yes, to reconsider. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, reconsider 8H. Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Patillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So through the chairman, I'd like to ask Commissioner Rowley some questions. I have been waiting for this for a long time, so I apologize for not hearing the item number. As I said, you're doing a good job going through this efficiently, but unfortunately, I missed 8H. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Commissioner Rowley, I guess one of my questions is, as I read the report, it does seem to indicate that, particularly of late, the numbers have been better. I would like to know what's the dollar amount thus far, if you know, or if you can confer with your colleagues that are here today, that have been spent on that project.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, I wouldn't want to speculate. I'd rather give you a firm answer, so if we could provide that information under a separate report.
I have no issue with that, but, and I apologize for maybe being a little terse on this, but if you could give me a date you'll provide that by, I'll be fine with that. This report was due December 2024, so I really am uncomfortable just keeping it open-ended, given the length of time it took for this report to show its way to this council. So I'm not asking you for it tomorrow, but if you could give me a firm date you can live by, I'd be more than happy to wait for that answer.
Through the chair, we have that data, and I can provide it by the next meeting, certainly.
Okay, that'd be August 19th. All right, thank you. Also, with respect, through the chair, with respect to the data, if I'm reading this correctly, well, let me go back for a second, through the chair to the commissioner. I'm assuming that the monies spent in part of the strategy on redesigning Mill Street was to reduce the number of monthly accidents. Is that correct?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, so certainly what we were trying to achieve with the additional, I believe you're referring to the additional safety improvements that were implemented, flex posts and those kinds of things. Certainly trying to achieve a reduction in crashes as evidenced over time and a reduction in speed.
And as I look at your report, correct me if I'm wrong, through the chair, it looks like the number of accidents have gone down from 2.5 to 2.3 per month. Is that correct?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, the better comparison is that for the overall 18-month period, and I just want to make sure I've got the correct numbers here in front of me. For the overall 18-month period, the average crash rate was 2.9 per month. However, corresponding to the time frame when the flex posts were installed in particular, since that time frame, it's dropped to 2.5 crashes per month. And then more recently, looking at the last 6 months, which assumes that drivers are going to, after they have some time experiencing a new configuration or a change in the configuration, they're going to get used to it. And that's come down a little bit further to 2.3 crashes per month. As we have talked about previously, these are still relatively short time frames when we're looking at crash statistics. So, I want to caveat it with that, but the trends are what I would characterize as strongly positive.
Okay. So 2.5 accidents per month is the number through the chair, you're conceding is correct. Is that right?
Since the installation of the additional measures in summer?
Yes.
Yes.
Through the chair, I don't know, is 2.5 accidents a month one of the higher numbers on streets in the city of Worcester? Seems a lot to me.
Through the chair. So the crash rate is, I would say, slightly higher still than for other arterials, but it's quite a bit lower than it was previously. It was 3.1% prior to implementation of the project. So it's a drop of, just doing the math quickly in my head, actually I'll do it on my calculator if you'd like a percentage, but it's about a 20% or so decrease in the number of crashes.
Again, through the chair, is 2.5 crashes per month a higher number than a typical street in the city of Worcester? That was my question.
Through the chair, it's a question that can't really be answered because you have to look at all of the characteristics of the street. You have to look at how busy the street is, how much traffic it carries, the length of the segment that you're considering. As I stated, it's slightly higher than what the average crash rate is for other major arterials on the street, but quite a bit lower than it had been previously.
Would you agree with me through the chair that one of the factors to compare the success, so to speak, or the trend on Mill Street would be the number of accidents based on the number of drivers, the number of cars passing through there on a given day? You'd agree with me on that, right?
That's correct. In addition, the length of the street segment that's considered.
So through the chair, if we're comparing the numbers before the changes to the numbers after, it would only be a fair comparison if the number of cars going through there was similar. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I don't see anything in your report. Maybe I missed it. Has there been any analysis of the number of cars that now use Mill Street since the changes?
Through the chair, there hasn't, but that's something we could look at.
Well, but this report, 18 months in waiting, doesn't have that data, right?
It does not.
And would you agree with me that if the number's gone down significantly, then the numbers you're suggesting are an improvement or a positive trend have less consequence?
Through the chair, there are two ways I think that we need to look at crashes. One is the crash rate, which is what we've been discussing, which is crashes per user and crashes per mile of a roadway. So that's one important way to look at it. The other is simply the fact that we are trying to eliminate crashes, and particularly the most severe crashes. So anything that we do that reduces crashes in the city, I think, is also a positive.
Well, I agree, but I'm just asking if comparing the numbers is accurate if you have two different amounts of drivers, one before the changes and one after, and it sounds like that data doesn't exist at the moment. I will say through the chair to Commissioner Raleigh that your characterization of a positive trend. Now, I had our office look at the numbers through the state website, and they're slightly different than yours, but it looks like the significant accidents in 2022 on that stretch that's been improved was 28. The number in 2023 was 61, and the number 2024 was 40. So through the chair, it looks like, admittedly, there was an improvement in 2024 from January to December. That's the dates I asked to choose, and I asked to choose the street numbers from 239 mil to 600 mil, which were very close and approximate in my mind to the section that was improved. So it looks like the numbers got better in 2024. That was the first full year the Mill Street changes happened, much better than 2023, but much worse than before any changes were done in 2022. So I guess my question is, if the way to judge this is you need a 3 to 5 year window, isn't saying a positive trend, given that 1 year was better and 1 year was worse than the last three, a little bit premature?
Through the chair, I don't think it's premature to say that the trend is strongly positive, and I think we were very careful to characterize the data correctly in this report. As noted, we're 1.5 years into the implementation of this, which is about half of the time frame you would normally want to look at for comparison data. And the positive trend that we've seen is really over the last 9 months, so about half of that again. And we are very clear in this report not to strike definitive conclusions, but to suggest and to point out that the trend has been strongly positive at a time that corresponded to the additional safety improvements that were implemented. Now, I don't necessarily think that it's entirely due to those safety improvements. I also think it's due in part to increased driver familiarity with the corridor. That data was compared to data for 3 years prior. So we do have 3 years of data prior. So I have good confidence in the data prior to that 3.1 crashes per year for the time frame prior. So the question is...
3.1 per month.
That's correct.
You said per year, I'm sorry.
Yep, per month.
You're on your
The
second
other thing,
five.
I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman. The other thing on your report, which I did read, and I do appreciate, it said that although DTM does not make regular appearances on Mill Street, that passing using the parking lane is a concern, reported and observed on an infrequent basis. So let me just say that I don't use Mill Street as much as I used to, but it's still convenient for me to use it. My observation, totally not an expert, is a lot less people use that street. I'll also, through the chair, suggest that I've stopped at a number of businesses, particularly knowing that this report was forthcoming, and they all confirmed with me without exception, I didn't go to all the businesses, that they've seen a lot less vehicles on the road, which I think if you lived on Mill Street, I'd be thrilled with that. But I think if you're comparing data from one period to another, you have to have a similar number of vehicles. But I will say, when I go on Mill Street, and again, I don't do it regularly, but I do it 2 or 3 times a week, people trying to pass me happens almost every time, whether it's day or night. They're right behind you, riding you as much as you can pay. One last question, Mr. Chairman, if I might, and I appreciate the Commissioner's time. It indicates that more monies are available, earmarked, for more improvements on Mill Street. So through the chair of the Commissioner, do you have an approximate amount of dollars that are going to be forthcoming to do more work on Mill Street in the upcoming year?
Through the chair, I believe you're referring to the money that's earmarked for design, more permanent design improvements on Mill Street that were, that funding was announced last year. We're at a point where there's actually another item on the council agenda tonight to accept that funding from the federal government that would fund design improvements for the entire corridor that are more permanent in nature. There is actually a design concept that we looked at a community meeting that was held last fall that DPW had developed, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, perhaps even longer than that we're using as a starting point. But this is looking at the safety and configuration of the entire corridor. That money would become available immediately for the purposes of fostering and facilitating that design process.
Okay, so is the amount we're approving tonight through the chair the total amount, or is that just part of the amount that's going to be available?
That's the total amount.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hajji.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just first start by saying thank you to the city manager for the executive order on actually codifying Vision Zero as a policy, a principle, and tangible measures that we can take to make our streets safe. I really appreciate that. Mr. Rowley, I know that you have expertise in analyzing data trends as it pertains to projects. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to the methodology of how you came to these conclusions, the set of data that you considered, and I'll just leave it at that for now.
Mr. Commissioner.
Through the chair to the counselor. So we did develop 2 databases, and what we were trying to do is make sure we are capturing every crash that's occurred in this corridor, both historically as well as since the project has been implemented. So it involved looking both at the Worcester Police Department's call logs and looking at every record individually there, both historically and, again, since the project was implemented, as well as the Mass DOT database. And then cross-referencing those 2 databases to make sure that we are capturing everything that's been called in or reported over time for those corridors. We did go back and look at a 3-year time period historically. One of the things that makes crash analysis so difficult now, and this applies to every corridor, we'll be over this hump in another couple of years, but the fact that we had COVID in the middle of this. So as the Worcester Police Department had done in their prior analysis, we excluded the 2 years where the COVID impacts were most significant. In 2020, in fact, citywide, we saw a 37% reduction in crashes simply due to the COVID pandemic. So those are extracted, and then the comparison database becomes 2019, 2022, and 2023. Then for the crashes that have occurred since the project was implemented, we evaluated every crash report to better understand those. We've mapped them, categorized them by crash types. That helped inform the decision to implement the flex posts. One of the things we are trying to do with the flex posts is not only provide that a little bit of physical separation, but really to help drivers understand where the parking lane is, where the bicycle lane is, and where the travel lane is. And I think it's been successful in doing that in our observations. We are frequent visitors to the corridor by all modes. And people, I feel confident saying people understand how to drive the corridor currently. In terms of the crash analysis itself, what we have done is looked at all crashes, and then in addition, we looked at serious injury crashes. We do see a slight reduction since implementation of the project in serious injury crashes, but again, as I was stating earlier, these are really still pretty short periods of time, so I don't want to make any definitive conclusion based on that. Everything is trending in the right direction, though.
Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. Is there a reason why in your field of work, when you analyze trends and patterns, you suggest and you use a timeline of 3 to 5 years versus 18 months, for example?
Commissioner?
Through the chair. It's really because you need to gather enough data for it to be statistically significant. So even though crashes happen far too frequently from just a probability perspective, there's still a random element to it. Because a particular crash happens somewhere doesn't necessarily mean that location's more dangerous than another location that hasn't seen one. So you really need the benefit of time to gather enough experience and data to see that that really is an established trend and not just an anomaly that may have happened.
Great, thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry to interrupt, but in the industry standard practice, both here in Massachusetts and nationwide, is a 3 to 5 year time frame.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my colleague made reference to seeing people passing on Mill Street. Could you speak a little bit as to the trends that you're seeing across the city in terms of both aggressive driving, any particular worrisome trends and behaviors from motorists and drivers that worry you that you could share?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, this would be largely anecdotal, but I think I share the same concerns that I know a lot of the counselors do, and certainly things we've heard from the police department as well in terms of concerns with aggressive driving that we all witness. And we're seeing that in terms of the crash rates quickly rebounding since COVID and unfortunately surpassing where we were when that pandemic first started. So you do see that citywide. I was on an email earlier today where someone mentioned being passed in the parking lane on their own local residential street. So it's happening everywhere. That's one of the things we're trying to focus on is with this multifaceted approach is it's not just the regulations, it's not just the design, it's not just enforcement, but it's really all of these things working together to try to get on top of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Raleigh. So what I heard you say is that the trends in driver behavior that you just outlined are not unique just to Mill Street. It's behaviors that we all experience and see across the city. Under other observations, before the paragraph that says next steps, could you describe a little bit the observations that you and your team have personally outlined here? And particularly what I would like for you to speak on is why is it important to you to actually have a firsthand experience in observing all the things that you have outlined?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, so the section the councilor is referring to, I believe, other observations, is that what you're asking about specifically? the data tells us a lot, but in order to understand the data, we need to understand the context, and we need to see it. We need to observe how the corridor is functioning. So we have spent a lot of time out there, not just myself, but my staff as well, Assistant Director Crane and others. And we've experienced the corridor in the various different ways you can. I drive the thing all the time because I want to see how people are parking along it. I want to see how they're understanding the corridor. And one of the things I've been very pleased with is that I don't think there are many people at all who don't understand how the corridor works anymore. You see people consistently parking correctly, they're consistently driving correctly. When I do see someone who is exhibiting a passing behavior, at least in my experience, and I've probably driven the thing a couple 100 times at this point, it's an act of aggression, not dissimilar to what I've seen elsewhere in the city when I've seen someone do make similar movements. In walking the corridor, that's important to understand the experience for residents who live there and people who are using the facility to walk or using the sidewalks, which now have greater separation from traffic. And then biking the corridor was really interesting as well. I am not a particularly avid bicyclist, although I've been trying to get back into it a little bit. But I think it's important to experience that way as we're designing and implementing bicycle facilities in the city to understand what it feels like from that perspective. And it was really amazing to think that you can bike this corridor and feel safe on it. And I would have never even considered doing that previously.
Thank you, Commissioner Rowley. I have also walked, biked, and I have driven, and I do so frequently for the same reasons that you do. In fact, just recently I took a bike ride in the afternoon, a time that I hadn't done before, saw people walking, people frequenting, people driving, and I felt that things are going well. Mr. Rowley, lastly, very, very briefly, could you speak to other improvements that are underway right now for the Mill Street corridor
Through the chair.
that are mentioned in the report?
Through the chair, so there are a few items that are pending on Mill Street. One is that there is a recommendation from the Traffic and Parking Committee for a 20-mile-per-hour safety zone at Mill Swan Schools. That ordinance is pending tonight on the calendar. If that's approved, that'll be implemented later this summer. We are also designing a new accessible crosswalk down in the Bonenda Beach area. So on busier days, people use both sides of the roadway to park, and we want to make it safer for them to cross back and forth there. So it'll have a protected island in the middle as well as rapid flashing beacons. As I said, that work is currently being designed. We're hoping to get that installed before winter, depending on how the progress goes with the design. And then the third thing really, other than the longer term design improvements that we talked about corridor-wide, which is a process that'll just be getting underway, is thinking about, is there a role for additional signage on the corridor to affirm and remind people of the 25-mile-per-hour statutory speed limit? And I strongly believe that there is. There have been some recent changes to the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices that allow us a greater range and I think a more effective range of options for signing statutory speed limits. Previously, we have not been able to sign statutory speed limits using the white signs with black lettering. That's no longer specifically prohibited in the federal MUTCD. However, the state MUTCD has not caught up yet. So we're having conversations with Mass DOT to understand what our options are before we install some additional speed limit signage along the corridor.
Thank you, Commissioner Rowley. I don't have any further questions for you, but I did want to end with saying that in the 18 months that we have now observed this intervention and implemented several measures, you and your team have responded to my inquiries. We have had several inquiries from the Mill Street neighborhood that have been responded to. Some of the feedback that residents have given, such as adding the signpost, the signage, The crosswalk at Benienda Beach, the 20 hours an hour, the 20-mile school safety zone are all things that have stemmed from conversations with the residents of Mill Street. And then I have facilitated, obviously, with your support and help. I look forward to more of this discussion in traffic and parking. Most importantly, I do want to remind residents that the $2.3 or $2.1 million earmark, whatever the amount is, could you correct me what the amount is?
Through the chair, it's a $2 million earmark with a $500,000 local match.
Local match. So the earmark that is the bid that is supposed to be, hopefully we'll hire a consultant in September, will then focus the conversation on the larger vision, which the residents of Mill Street were really excited when you guys held the first charrette meeting that we had last year. So I encourage definitely to hear the residents' concerns. There's certainly room for improvement. I do want to stress that we are at a second phase of the transformation of Mill Street, and I'm very excited in tandem with having these conversations about the efficacy of the configuration, that we also find ways to do more engagement around the earmark. And thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to point out the page of the report's not numbered here under other observations, and the fact that it's noted that since, as mentioned, the signage was installed, the single lane ahead signs, or the single lane signs, the flex posts, that there's been a significant impact on safety on that street. When this implementation was rolled out, I was very much concerned about the impact of that rollout because none of that was in place and that wasn't safe. And that's why I was asking questions previously about the four-way stop sign to make sure that we roll things out with deliberation and that we're doing it in an exacting way. My question through the chair to the administration is, we talked about the crosswalks at Mill Swan School. One of the things that we've talked about in the past, we've talked about on the floor, is the distance between crosswalks and the impact that has on folks crossing where there is no crosswalk. That's an issue down there on Lake Avenue. We've had that issue on Belmont Street. Folks have lost their lives. I know that this particular area by Mill Swan School will have that. But if you could share for the public and for the council and for myself, what is an optimal distance between, or what does the research show, because I can't remember off the top of my head, about the likelihood and the dangers associated with crossing where there's too long of a distance between those crosswalks. I don't remember if it was a mile, 2 miles, I can't recall through the chair.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, so it's a lot shorter than we currently have on Mill Street. We were able, as part of that project, to add additional crosswalks at June Street, or an additional crosswalk at June Street, and then enhance the crosswalks that existed at Mill Swan, at Logan Field, and the new one at June Street. But there's still significant distances between them, half mile or more in cases. The optimal distance really depends on the context. If you're in a densely developed area, you really want to see those every block. In a more, suburban's not really the right term here, but I'll go ahead and use it. In a context like this, you still want to see some regular frequency because it's really unlikely someone's going to walk more than, say, 100 yards out of their way to go find a safe crosswalk rather than deciding that they're just going to take their chances. One of the things that I think is really a good feature of the corridor in its current state, road divided down to one lane in each direction, is that provides some opportunities to provide additional safe crossings because we don't have that double threat issue that you see on multi-lane roads. So the Benienda Beach crosswalk's going to be the first one. I think that's a very high priority. And then I think there are other locations on the corridor that will want to not necessarily wait for this whole design phase to pan out, but look at additional crosswalk opportunities as well in the interim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was exactly what I was trying to get to. And I would like, as a way of an order, to request the administration provide sort of some strategic mapping and planning and timelines as relates to additional crosswalks. I know from personal experience, my daughter went to the school there at Airport Drive, and through walking those streets for the last 10 years, it can be sort of a dodge 'em type of game. And I think that if we have an idea of that, and lastly through the chair to the administration, I know that those sidewalks have been under repair for at least a decade over and over again. And we had talked about this when I was suggesting an elevated bike lane that was separated out. Could you just speak to will any of these dollars go through that sidewalk repair? Will it ever be completed in its totality? And if so, when? Through the chair.
Commissioner?
Through the chair. So all of the funding from the federal government is for design purposes. And the things we'll want to focus on are an overall concept for the corridor that looks toward more permanent improvements. And as I envision it, and as the request for proposals that we have drafted and is ready to go out envisions it, the consultant will work with us, the community, the council, to develop a series of alternatives to think about how the various aspects of the corridor should be handled in kind of the ultimate build-out. It's likely to involve some sort of separated bike facility. I think in this corridor that makes a lot of sense, both looking at the traffic characteristics, but just also looking at the recreational opportunities and the access that facility will provide to parks and other uses. It'll look at the best way to configure the travel lanes and the parking lanes, where parking's needed, where maybe it isn't. It'll look at intersections in particular. One thing we weren't able to do in the first project is really make a lot of improvement at the intersections, which are locations where you typically do tend to have higher crash rates. So looking at June Street, looking at Airport Drive, and then also looking to the east, where beyond the original project limits, the intersection of Park Avenue and Mill Street is one of the highest crash rates in the city, and that's an important component of this project, is to, through the design process, determine necessary improvements there.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Okay, Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I rise just to, scratching my head a little bit just to clarify an item. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Raleigh. So what you're saying is we've got a $2 million federal grant earmark and a $500,000 matching local funds from the taxpayers of the city, correct? And it's only going to design, not to actually doing any work?
Through the chair, that's correct.
I'm just flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I think something to understand, a design process takes a long, because this is going to look at the entirety of Mill Street. There's all the elements that the commissioner just mentioned are extremely crucial in the development and the construction of what's going to happen on Mill Street. And so the design is going to take into consideration catch basins, it's going to take into consideration water and sewer, it's going to take into consideration the middle center island. I mean, it's a significant design effort from many multiple engineers and consultants that it will involve state entities as well to be involved in this part of this process. So the design is cumbersome. So the $2.5 roughly million that's going to go invested into this is going to take that into consideration. It's going to take consideration having the consultants and the contractors work with community to get community input, try to put together this. And then at the end of the day, then they're going to tell us exactly how much this is going to cost to build the entire project. And so that can be a lot more. It's going to be a lot more than $2 million because these types of projects cost quite a bit. Just give you an example, Main Street from courthouse to courthouse was about $11 million. And look at all the work
design?
for
for the whole thing?
The entire, from design to implementation was $11 million from here to there. Mill Street is going to be that kind of project that will have that kind of impact for that neighborhood. And so we need to do it right, and we need to be able to understand. And those dollars are, again, they're going to be specifically only for design.
Just for comparison's sake, Mr. Chairman, how much are we spending to repave Massasoit Road? How much money do you have in the budget that you're going to do most, if not all, of Massasoit Road redoing? Just to repave it, just a curiosity.
For the cost of the resurfacing itself, I'd have to get that number for you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Can you give me a ballpark? Is it 100,000? Is it a million? I mean, can the Commissioner of Public Works give me a ballpark?
I'd rather report back.
Please give me that report.
It's in the millions.
I'd be interested.
Through the chair, it's in the millions.
Just to put everything in perspective, because, you know, I understand Mill Street is an important street. I understand it's been a priority, but there's a lot of work to do in the city. And when we're looking for federal grants and we're looking for expenditures, it would make more sense to me as just one member of this council to look for things that are gonna help more streets and more general designs, but this is already done. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Bergman?
I know it's my second time. I'm not going to ask Mr. Rowley any questions. I've asked what I feel I needed to ask. I just want to make a statement based on the comments my colleague had elicited from Mr. Rowley. I noticed from the report there's a explanation for the passing on Mill Street and the comments from Mr. Rowley as aggressive driving. I don't disagree with that. I think we all know there's way too much aggressive driving in the city of Worcester. But what surprises me is what wasn't said. Unlike any other street in the city of Worcester, I'm going to repeat that. Unlike any other street in the city of Worcester, when somebody's cutting off somebody on Mill Street due to aggressive driving, they have nowhere to go but into a parked car. And that has been the biggest issue I've had with that street. I know two situations recently where people were cut off and they had nowhere else to go but into a parked car. So when the explanation is that people are passing people on Mill Street because of aggressive driving and it's happening all throughout the city, I agree. But what's not said, and what should be said in my opinion by the experts, is unlike other streets, Mill Street's problematic because when you get cut off, you've got nowhere to go but into a parked car. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so we're going to take this time, we're going to send it to Traffic and Parking, along with Councilman Bergman's order for the price tag, the dollar amount of the project, Council King's order for provide timelines for the crosswalks.
8G. Reconsider 8G.
Yeah, after we do this. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council King has asked, will we consider 8G? A roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Maro Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation for this communication relative to school zone signings. I filed this order that precipitated this, asking for an internal audit a bit ago. And that came after speaking with some folks on Burncoat Street that were exclaiming that there was a lack of signage more so in different parts of the city, more of the core and the inner parts of the city than other parts. And we've been looking to getting this particular report for quite some time. This is important. I think this will set us a roadmap to save lives of our school children, Mr. Chairman. We know that the three components that will be addressed here is the school speed limit signage, the school pavement markings, where it will say school on the pavement, and of course signs that delineate the crosswalks. Through the chair to the administration, if you could speak to sort of the planning process, how many signs are we going to need? When I look at the names of the schools that do not have signs, do not have crosswalks, that do not have pavements, markings, it's extremely, extremely concerning. Once we begin to address this expeditiously, once again, it will save the lives of our children. It will save the lives of folks walking with them to and from school. And again, across the city, Belmont Street Community School, Burncoat Middle School, Burncoat Street Prep, Canterbury, Chandler Street, City View, Claremont. The list goes on, Mr. Chairman. Columbus Park, Elm Park, Gates Lane, Graffin Street, Hurd Street, Jacob Hyatt, Grafton Street, Lakeview, Lincoln, May Street, Nelson, Norback, North High, Quincy, Rice Square, Tatnick Magnet, Union Hill, University Park Campus, Vernon Hill, Wawekas, the Alternative School, Arts Magnet, East Middle, Worcester Voc, Worcester Tech, whatever they call it now, Learning First Charter School, Worcester Cultural Academy, Ahuda Academy, St. Peter Central Catholic, I don't know what that is, elementary school over there on Main Street. So it touches all parts of the city. And I know, again, kudos to the department and my colleagues that filed orders pertaining to establishing 20-mile-per-hour speed limits. But if you could just give an explanation of how many signs are needed, what the funding will look like, where are we going to get the funding, Mr. Chairman, that would be quite helpful.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, this is a little over 200 signs that were required as part of this process. Right now, currently, the project is not funded, so we will be looking at any other expenditure balances, free cash, or any other areas that we can try to figure out ways to fund these types of projects. But right now, currently, this project is not funded, but it's a little over 200 signs that will be impacted, that need to be done across the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to make a motion that the City Council supports the City Manager accessing funding for these signage, these school safety signage. I think that is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, if the administration could speak to how we are prioritizing missing signs, incomplete signs, et cetera, in terms of installation and relocations, through the chair.
Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, as the councilor noted, it is a significant amount of work that's necessary to bring all of these to where they need to be. Part of that is because with the recent action of City Council to establish additional school zones, we've essentially doubled the number of school zones in the city, which is a good thing. These are all locations that are proximate to schools, important walk routes for children going to school, and we need it to bring those into the fold. So what we're doing right now is working out a plan, both with our partners at DPW, as well as working with the manager to help identify funding sources. We'd like to attack this in a big way, to come in and do a lot of this work at once, but we're not waiting for that. So in the meantime, we're starting with the highest priorities being those schools that we've already been working on through the Safe Routes to Schools program. So anytime we're engaged in some sort of effort to do a school walk audit or helping them with grant applications, those kinds of things, we take a look at the signage on these school zones and around the schools and identify those locations and put work orders in. Or in some cases, if there's funding available, work with contractors to implement those. So City View School is the most recent example. We were just out actually doing walk audits with, I'm going to look back at Mr. Crane, I think it was Jacob Hyatt in Vernon Hill today. So we're actively working on this, but I think in order to make the type of progress that we want to see in the time frame that we want to see, we need that bigger push that looks at a comprehensive signing package that we use a contractor for and happens at once.
Mr. Chairman, I've mentioned this before. I think the tasks that's in front of the Department of Transition and Mobility is exasperating. I have questions about, again, staffing. All the stuff that we're asking these folks to do, I'm not quite sure how they get it done. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if there's a RFP or anything like that needs to go out, or RFR, in regards to this. But one of the schools, for example, that we look at here is the Chandler Street School. And that particular school is high volume traffic, and the Chandler Elementary School, sorry. And there's no school zone signs, there's no pavement markings, there's no crosswalk. Crosswalks aren't what they need to be there. There needs to be improvement. And that's just one school. Walk audits, I appreciate DTM for participating in some of those at the schools here in Worcester with me. And that stuff went to committee and came out. But we have to make sure this is a priority. Is the administration committing to making this one of the top priorities for our school children through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, we've been very committed to improving safety in our city for our young people and everyone, especially the vulnerable populations, especially the vulnerable road users. And that speaks to the work that we've been committed to on Mill Street, the commitment on Vision Zero, the commitment on the transportation mobility plan. So we are committed to our young people, our schools, and the work that we want to achieve in our community.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilor Hajji, for initiating the order to establish and make sure that we are in accordance with Mass General laws as it relates to school signage. So that is very much appreciated, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask, I think that this was filed. I'm going to ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would consider that this be sent to the appropriate committee for oversight. Again, it makes me think of the order that Councilor Russell filed regarding the intersection between DPW and Department of Transition and Mobility as relates to producing and placing signage. And all those things are coming to interplay here in this particular order. So I would report and related work. So if we could please send this to the appropriate committee for proper oversight, Mr. Chairman. This is some very important data. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd send it to traffic and parking. We can do that again, along with any orders. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 9A we already did. We're on 11A, Communication City Manager, Terminating Information Communication relative to the use of emergency warning and cooling centers for the last 2 years. Send that to Public Health. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 12A, Communication City Manager, Terminating Information Communication relative to the number of affirmative votes required for a 2/3 majority vote of the City Council. We can file that if you'd like. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Communication City Manager, Transmitting Information Communication relative to the single member charter hold provision invoked on 6/17/2025. We can send that to committee or file it, or file it, I guess. All those in favor, opposed, so. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if your motion was to file that or send it to committee, where it's going to go. However, what I will say is there is a distinction between a motion to file and a motion to adopt, and that's relevant in the rules. So if we could get a report for the next council meeting as well as to that differentiation, what that means, so that can be sent to committee for proper hearing, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so then send that to committee and also ask a report on the difference. All those in favor, MO committee, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on finance items 23A to I, 24A to C, 25A through C. The motion is adopted on the roll call. Hang on for 1 second. Yeah, the finance items, which is 23A through I, 24A through C, and 25A through C.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilor Hayden has to recuse himself for 24C and 24A.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call on everyone but 24A and 24C. Then we'll go back to those and Councilor Hayden. You can stay in now. We'll do the roll call on the other items, and then we'll go back to 24A and 24C, and you can recuse yourself.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, 24A and 24C, Councilor Bergman?
No, we're doing the all the items except 24A
okay.
and 24C. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Hajji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Maura Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Hayden recused himself. Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
No, he didn't recuse himself on this.
I'm sorry.
Yep, okay.
Did not. Councilor Hayden?
Okay, yes, okay.
Sorry about that.
We're going back now to 24A and 24C. Please know the council here has recused himself. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda, recuse himself, Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are on
23F, DTM has asked to reconsider 23F.
reconsideration 23F.
Council Bergman,
What is this?
Yes.
I think it's a
23F.
finance item for DTM.
Got it. Just reconsider.
Reconsider 23F.
It's just a reconsideration vote.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Haji,
No.
Council King,
No.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda, Council Basillo,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No. 10A is going to refer to the Traffic and Parking Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10B to 10, what is that, I? L? Is that an L? Okay. 10L, motions to adopt.
Mr. Chairman, this is 10 what?
10B, I think it's 10L.
10B?
Yes, the next one's on the agenda.
10
Oh, I see, it's not, it's on two different pages, that's why.
10L.
Okay. So 10B to 10L is a motion to adopt.
So yeah, Mr. Mayor, just clarification, now we've left the city manager portion because this is a combined agenda. The numbers are now going back to tens. So we're on chairman's orders.
Okay. So the motion is to adopt. Do we need a roll call on this?
You can do it. Sure, Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. I think it's going to take a bit to get the new format down, but, okay. Orders. Request that the city manager provide city council with a report concerning the economic impact on property owners may fail should the city adopt Massachusetts General Law Chapter 148, Section 261, which mandates installation of automatic fire sprinkler systems in residential buildings or 4 more dwelling units. Said report should include any residual effect in said adoption may have on renters. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to comment on this. I want to amend also to include examples of buildings that would be impacted, as the current building codes have changed dramatically over the past 20 years since this law was first enacted. So there are very few examples of buildings that this would impact, and I think in transparency that we should have that information so that we can move forward with this in committee. And that's, I've received a number of phone calls, people querying about issues and concerns, both residents and property owners, as well as renters. So that's pretty clear, straightforward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Haji.
Yeah, if Councilor Toomey would be amenable to this, I'd like to add to the report that the city manager and the fire chief also break down a breakdown of the human cost of losing lives should Chapter 148, Section 26I not be adopted. So here's a list of the human costs that I would love to see in report, in addition to what Councilor Toomey mentioned. The risk of death and injury for civilians, the risk of injury for firefighters, health and psychological harms, long-term health issues, and any estimations on the strain on emergency services should Worcester City Council decide not to adopt 26I. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll follow that. What's that? Yeah, let's have the motions, we can have that. So it's sent both to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is requesting the manager request Commission of Public Works and Parks review all work orders related to filling potholes on Scenic Drive to ensure safe passage on the roadway. Councilor Haji.
As it reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council requests that the city manager ensure additional steps are taken to increase and improve communication with residents abutting Indian Lake and Sears Island regarding permanent information associated with the water body. Councilmember Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, let me start by saying how much I appreciate you and Councilor Toomey, along with Councilor King, coming over to the meeting over at Sears Island. Sears Island is going through some pretty significant changes in this last year in comparison to where they were just a couple of years ago. We had sort of got to a point where things were pretty stable. There was an awful lot of work done over there. The Allium station was put in, which took quite some time for that to take place, thanks to Councilor Rose. But again, I think that for the folks over on Sears Island, Indian Lake, there needs to be a much better communication mechanism for the people who live there. We've learned that, you know, the lake needed to be treated, and quite honestly, the concern was that if, whether it be, you know, an adult or a child or a dog swimming, that they were fearful of them getting wrapped up in the weeds. The city did go over there, and the lake was treated. It's taken over a week to calm those down, and as of this morning, we literally have hundreds, and I will say hundreds, of dead fish at the causeway, of which, number one, it certainly is not something that anybody wants to look at, but for all the people who live down there, they also need to smell this. So we do have another meeting, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we set up another meeting to meet with the folks over there, and there is a real concern about what's happening over there on the lake, and people are now to the point saying to me, is the city looking for this to basically turn into a swamp, or are we willing to do the work over there to get this lake back on track? And Mr. Chairman, we took the ride around the lake and seen firsthand what was happening. Now, my understanding is, I didn't get to go over there today, but my understanding is that the weeds are finally subsiding. But I know that we're scheduled to do another tour on the lake. But again, I would ask this administration really to work towards making sure that the people who live on the lake, that we have a much better communication system in place, because what's happening now certainly is not something that's working, because some may know, but there's a lot of folks over there on the lake that right now they feel as if they're in the dark. But again, just want to share my appreciation, Mr. Chairman, for your help over there at Indian Lake, and look forward to our meeting next week. And hopefully we have some good answers going forward for folks, because I know one of the other concerns over here, Mr. Chairman, is that there's a significant percentage of the people on the lake who have property damage, that all of their docks are basically, they've been destroyed, because for the, you know, first couple of years, we haven't drawn that lake down. And by not drawing that lake down creates significant financial issues for the people who live on that lake. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think they're raking the lake too, so, in the last 2 days.
Pardon me?
I think they're raking the lakes in the last 2 days, I think. I hope.
So we'll have a conversation about
Okay.
that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, so send that to the Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things that stood out for me from that community meeting as referenced by Councilor Carlson, and that was the communication aspect. The one thing I did pledge to that group was that in my committee, that given the fact that we have some oversight regarding lakes, we have some oversight regarding the environment, that I'd be certainly willing to take this matter into committee as a standing item to be reviewed. It was particularly concerning, the visual of what was going on in the lake, as well as folks who were testifying regarding safety, safety for folks who use that, safety for children, et cetera. My question is through the chair. I received a call last night as well pertaining to the fish that were washing up on shore and floating. And I don't have numbers, but my question to the chair, to the administration, what are we attributing this to? Are these fish that we poison? Like what exactly are we attributing this to? And I'd like a report back on that as well through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, it has to do to a high level of vegetation and also oxygen levels based on the weather and vegetation impacts the oxygen levels, and that oxygen level has impacted the fish, which causes the fish to die. Oxygen levels, according to the Department of Sustainability and Resiliency, has improved at the lake, but a combination of the high levels of vegetation and also the weather condition is impacting the oxygen levels, which then is impacting the actual fishes.
Thank you. And while I understand from being at that meeting, there is a plan for treatment, what I would like to ask, Mr. Chairman, by way of an order, is that we get a treatment plan coupled with a timeline for these folks. My understanding, this has happened to one degree or another over the past few seasons. My understanding from that meeting was that there was some good work done on that lake, and that had an impact on the current invasive species kind of sprouting up. But if you could just kind of clarify for folks who haven't been to that meeting, who may be watching, what it is and what that treatment was like. Did it clear up the lake, and what impact that had on the current conditions down there at Indian Lake?
Yeah, so
Manager?
basically, through the chair to the council, the Allen Dawson Station actually has delivered there's some chemicals there that improved the quality of the lake. That's why the lake is actually more visible. It went from 6 feet to 12 feet that you can see in the lake. What's there with the vegetation that's created is not an invasive plant, is actually a native plant. Okay. That has grown out because of how good the lake is and the conditions of the lake. This plant has now grown and has now taken over the lake. And now to address the plants that they're there, we're trying to address that. Now that these native plants have kind of started to take over, and then the weather conditions, like I said, both those combinations are impacting the fishes. So we're trying to address all of that right now. But I do want to say that the condition of the lake, the quality of the lake, is probably one of the best it's ever been because of the work that the Allen Dole Station has done and the work of the Lakes and Ponds program. But due to the fact of this native plant and the oxygen levels is what's causing the impact at this lake right now.
Thank you. And through the chair, I've taken the liberty to speak to some of the state stakeholders in regards to this, and it's my understanding the administration may have as well. Can you just kind of share for folks what engagement has happened by the administration on behalf of folks with state stakeholders through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, there needed to be significant conversations with DEP to be able to allow us to use a technique for the native plants. It's basically NUSU plants that are working on and trying to get permitted to do the work there. So DEP has allowed us to go in there to provide some work. The planned, what I'm reading here is that the planned 1.5 feet drawdown will restart this winter. So again,
Could you repeat that, please?
the drawdown of the lake would start this winter. in the drawdowns, they cannot be conducted to prevent ice damage. So there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done. We've been in conversations with DEP. They've given us the permission to move forward. So over the next few months and into the winter, we're going to be doing some work at that lake.
So there will be a drawdown, is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. I know that, and I want to just kind of state this for the record, that, you know, we have folks who live on that body of water who this significantly impacts. And we also have folks who live in the close vicinity who access that lake. And we have folks that come from far and near that access that body of water. And the question they keep asking me through the chair is that a state body of water or is that not? And I know we went through this a little bit with regards to the water ski ban, but if you could kind of share how that works. I have based on this elementary understanding that it's a state body perhaps and we are responsible or something like that, but do you have that knowledge? And if not, we can get that in a report so we can just make sure that folks outside of the community groups that are meeting on this also have some education through the chair.
Through the chair, through council, I do not have that knowledge, but I know Jackie does, and I don't want to call her up because she's now in a different department.
Okay,
But
she left.
we'll be back with a report on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager after the report's requested. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're on 11D, request the manager reach out to the appropriate representatives at the state to receive permission to draw down the lake level at Indian Lake to address water quality and stormwater concerns. Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Working with our folks at the state level, along with all the work that Katie has done, she did send me an email which said that they would be drawing the lake down, that they're in the middle of the permitting process so that we can draw it down. We will not be drawing it down. We used to do, I think, 6.
Yeah, about that.
Anyway, sorry, Jackie is sitting over there, so I got, you know, but it will be like half of what we historically have done. But again, for the people who live over there, the drawdown that we'll do is enough for them, for their docks not to get damaged. So I appreciate all the work from the administration and really want to give kudos to Katie because she's been very good with keeping me in the loop on a daily basis. And as far as the fish, she's going over there tomorrow to take a look at that. So we're certainly working our way towards the goals that the people on the lake had asked us to do in my communication with my constituents over there. So look forward to the meeting on Monday at 5:30. And we'll be going for another boat ride to hopefully
Can't wait.
see that it's nice and clear, and that my understanding is that the weeds, as of today, have finally decided that they were going to, I guess, go to the bottom. But there's a lot of folks over there right now that what they're doing is they're actually raking them out. But as people reminded us, that is exactly how Officer Manny Familia died, was with those same types of weeds that we currently had at Indian Lake. So people got very nervous, but appreciate all the work that's been done by the administration and look forward to a new path on what we're doing at Indian Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. So send that to the city manager. All those in favor? Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, just really quickly, I appreciate this, appreciate the work done, the responsiveness and the communication that I had with the state representative and other folks. It's extremely important. That being said, the question that I was unable to answer is I don't know if you could speak to it now. There's some sort of a contraption there with it's green. I don't know if it's raking the leaves out or what that is, what that's doing. If we could just get an answer on that so I don't know if you know what that is through the chair. Do you know what that is?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, yeah, there's a system that we've now deployed there to try to rate that. It's basically, it's like a version of like a water lawnmower that's trying to take over, that's trying to cut the weeds and trying to cut all the vegetation to clear it out. And so we've deployed that there. It's taken some time because it requires a lot of work, but that's something that we've deployed recently.
Thank you. And, you know, I was able to see that the weeds did subside. They've sunk. But there still may be safety concerns there, right? If it's less visible, I know that folks have been clearing their rotors out from their boats, and this should help with that. But I look forward to kind of the ongoing work, and I would love to have that oversight in the appropriate committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, request the city manager provide counsel with a report concerning the regulations relative to the installation of new billboards in the city. For request that report include information relative to the current practices for installing advertisements on existing billboards, as well as best practices used to maintain billboards in other communities. For request that the report include information concerning banning installation of any additional billboards in the city. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think everyone knows that there was a 75-foot billboard that was originally went to the planning board for over in the Indian Lake area, which then was reduced to a 65-foot billboard. And Mr. Chairman, the entire community over there at Indian Lake showed up. They went to our meeting that we had earlier, and then we all left there to come here. And, you know, the folks over there, in terms of quality of life for these billboards and the flashing lights and neon lights, it's something that they all came out for, and thankfully, the board turned it down, so it was defeated, which, you know, was something that the neighborhood really was thankful for, because again, that's in whether it's their backyards or their front yards. And with that really came these other orders for us to look at. I mean, currently, what is it that we do have? What are the best practices? And, you know, the possibility of us, you know, and what we're looking to do is, quite honestly, is ban the billboards going forward, not looking to ban the billboards that are currently, that we have in the city of Worcester. And my understanding is that we have a significant amount of billboards in the city. Also did the homework on it as far as what does it bring into the city for us as a city. What do we really get from these billboards? And quite honestly, we get very, very little from these billboards. And there's all kinds of safety studies saying that these billboards and them being, you know, on the highways and close to the highways, that quite honestly, they're a safety hazard. So look forward to this order going to economic development.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager for report back, okay?
That's fine.
That's all you want, okay, I just want to make sure I get it right. Okay, all those in favor?
Mr. Chairman, just for, I guess, clarification, so it'll go to the manager and then come back to
Yes.
us?
Subcommittee, yeah.
And I'm not looking to be difficult here, but I'm looking for this to come back to us fairly soon.
Okay.
Like,
We'll try for the August meeting.
pardon me?
We'll try for the August meeting, maybe? Okay.
Hopefully, if that could happen, I'd really appreciate that.
Okay, we'll send it to the manager.
Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Order of Major Petty, Council Candy Merrill Carlson, requests the manager provide council with a report and recommendation concerning a potential program where municipalities can offer tax relief to landlords that rent their units as federally determined affordable rates pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 50, which was signed into law in 2023.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I get to listen to a lot of people talk about what is definitely the number, if not, we have a number of number one issues, but this affordable housing is definitely up there when it comes to number one issues facing Massachusetts, the country, and definitely the city of Worcester. And what this order does is it's asking to look at this program, which was signed into law back in 2023. In 2024, the governor let municipalities access this, and if we have if we adopt this as a city council, and be very clear here. When I was listening to people speak, if this does go through, and what the cost is, that any landlord would have to give tenants their rights. We just want to give money out to reduce rents if at the same time we don't have a good landlord, so, which is very important, because a lot of some of our three-deckers, probably $1 billion worth of deferred maintenance, if not more, here in the city of Worcester. And some of the stats I just want to read, which I thought was interesting. From 2013 to 2022, the Worcester Housing Production Plan states that Worcester saw a loss of 7,600 rental units priced under $1,000, while units priced over $1,500 increased by 12,300. Furthermore, the number of units priced above $2,000 increased by 486%, rising from 756 to 4,435 units citywide. A trend driven not only by new construction, but also escalating rents in the previous affordable properties. This is a big deal. You know, we all know that. You know, we hear it. We're in the neighborhoods. We're talking to people who cannot afford their rents here in the city of Worcester. The housing burden here is where nearly 40% of the households spend over 1/3 of their income on rent here in the city of Worcester. So, 3/4, yep. Probably even more for some people. And we hear you loud and clear. So this is not a panacea, but this is, to me, when we look at this, is another tool in the toolbox, similar to what we do when George Russell brought up ADUs. And right now we have about 30 units that ADUs, I think, have been permitted, or at least 28 permitted here in the city of Worcester. Inclusionary zoning, all these things is just looking at and see if we can build some tools to help people. And this is more we're not depending on the state to do this. This is something the city of Worcester could do without depending on the state. Not to say I'm not going to look at other issues down the road when it comes to housing, affordable housing, to try and make it even stronger here for people. The real thing is that we need to build housing, and we build a lot of housing. We've had some good stats over the last, I think I may get it wrong a little bit, at least 1,000 units in the last 2 years maybe, and then we had 1,500 units with 20% affordable in those units here in the city of Worcester. We have 3,500 units that are in some type of planning stage. Doesn't mean they're all going to go through, but we need at least 12,000 units here in the city of Worcester, if not more, over the next several years to really look at the population is going to increase dramatically by 2050, and we need housing now, and we need housing in the future. I know the state had the $5 billion they put forth for hopefully that plan goes into effect this year and start building. We have Worcester Housing Authority building their 2 units and their 2 buildings, rehabbing them, which is important, but also we need to increase the number of units here in the city of Worcester. And this is something I'm looking forward to get back and see if it's feasible and see if we can have that discussion in committee going forward. Thank you.
District 5 City Councilor, Councilor Councilor Candy Carlson, District 2, City Councilor, followed by Atil Hajai of District 5.
Thank you. As the mayor just said, this isn't, the end-all, be-all by any means, but certainly, as we've stated, is that there are so many things that we need in our toolbox to try and help what's happening with Worcester's housing stock. And as you just heard about the accessory dwelling units, well, we say there's 31 of them have been proposed. But since we did the ADUs, we basically have 2, is what's happening. And while we have all the right intentions, it's just not happening fast enough. And as we looked at the vacancy rate, Worcester's vacancies have declined to 2.1%, which is significantly below the healthy market rate of 5.8%. So that's certainly what's helping drive these high exorbitant rents. When vacancy rates remain too low, prices increase, and households can become stuck without options to move within the local market, and we heard that tonight. This is a common phenomenon across central Massachusetts and eastern Massachusetts. When we look at the naturally occurring affordable housing, NOAA refers to privately owned rental housing that is affordable to low and moderate income households without public subsidies. In Worcester, 33% of units are NOAA, according to Mass Inc.'s Gateway Cities Housing Monitor report, which was in 2024. Again, as we heard earlier, there's 6,700 new housing units were added, ranging from building types from single-family homes to buildings with 20 or more units. I think if we have the opportunity to help people who are renting, and we can help the homeowners who are in those different 3-deckers. I know just in my neighborhood, there's a lot of folks who are in these 3-deckers that no, they're not renting them at this point. If we could get them, number one, to rent. Number two is that if we could give them a break on their taxes, that's certainly an incentive for them, and certainly we need to make sure that these units are safe units for the people who are renting. But again, I was very happy to sign on to this order because I think, again, it's another tool in the toolbox. And is it something that we can do? And is it something that, as a city, I think it's certainly worth looking at and asking the manager to come back with a report. What does this mean to, the taxpayers and how many units? I mean, we continually talk about that we have 50,000 pieces of property in the city. I mean, how many of these folks, are eligible under, the naturally occurring affordable housing? And quite honestly, if, we can get some of these folks to buy into this program, I certainly think it's worth us looking at because, again, we talk about that we've done all of these, like current housing pipeline projects. We talk about that there's 1,900 units that are under construction, including 467 affordable units. But when will they be done? That's always the big questions. We have proposed projects that there's almost 4,000 units that have been proposed, including another 306 for affordable, and if we take that, that these two numbers, you know, it's well over 800, but again, 800 doesn't get us there. And we struggle every week or every time we meet, quite honestly, in this council chamber, and we continually hear about those who are buying 3-deckers, and when you look at a 3-decker that, quite honestly, used to sell for a couple $100,000, and now they're selling them for $700,000 and $800,000, the individual who's buying that certainly has a mortgage that's pretty significant. So I look forward to the manager coming back with a report on this particular order, because I think we can be helpful to some folks that are here in the city of Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Hajia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am going to start with something that I typically think it's very important to start in any policy discussion. And as someone whose professional field is policy making, professionally and at the city council, I think that anytime we propose any policy, we need to dissect, analyze, and look at the unintended consequences and impact, and most importantly, in the context of Worcester, who any housing policies are meant to help and who do they actually help. So I'm going to start with our shared values. So we can all agree that we have an affordable housing emergency, a tenant displacement crisis, a whole lot of people entering homelessness, and the rent is too damn high problem. We agree that small owner-occupied landlords are vital providers of naturally occurring affordable housing in Worcester. We also agree that small-scale landlords can help us keep tenants stable, and that targeted support, when deployed based on data and patterns, can incentivize these property owners to accept tenants with subsidies while minimizing their financial risk. I have to say, based on the work that I do and the trends that I see in the city, this is not a trend that we actually see amongst a lot of landlords, meaning that they do not accept people with subsidies. So one of the questions that I thought as I was writing my remarks today is, we know the problem that we're trying to solve, but I don't think we've resolved for whom this particular tax-related program that was passed in the tax bill by the governor is actually trying to support. So I would like to paint a picture that I think many of us have heard before, but I think it's worth mentioning. The monthly payment for someone like my mother on Social Security is $1,557 or less. For someone on Social Security to afford rent, their landlord would need to keep the rent at $317. The fair market rent for a 2-bedroom rent apartment in Worcester right now is $1,661. For 3 bedrooms is $2,008, whereas the median renter income in Worcester for a regular renter is $52,000. So a regular renter would need to work almost 80 hours a week to afford rent. Under this program, at least in the way that it's written, the maximum income allowed is 200% of the area median income, which in Worcester, because it includes Worcester County, it's $117,300. So in other words, the maximum income allowed under this program would be $234,600 in terms of how much somebody would need to make. The rent at that maximum threshold would be $5,000. So if we truly wanted these units to stay affordable, the council would need to incentivize those who are truly struggling to make rent. The rents would need to get set at the lowest amount possible if we truly want to keep those who make between $35,000 and $58,000 a year, where most of our residents live. The majority of tenants, many of whom we have heard come to City Council, many of whom contact me professionally, many of whom who contact all of us in our neighborhoods, are squeezed so tight between high housing costs and stagnant wages. That is the crux of the housing crisis. And it's in this space that those living at the 30% AMI, making $35,000 a year, would need a landlord to keep their rent at $800 if they can afford utilities, childcare, groceries, and healthcare insurance. Those making at 50% AMI, which in the housing world we call moderate low-income tenants, or $58,650 a year would need their rent to be kept at $780 a month to afford rent, utilities, childcare, and groceries. These, Mr. Mayor, are our firefighters and police academy recruits, our young graduates, our seniors, people on disability, the people who take care of your elderly parents, bag your groceries, the people who prepare your food in restaurants, our neighbors squeezed tight in our triple deckers. Our residents, our constituents, my constituents, the people that I talk to every day are getting buried under housing costs, grocery bills, utilities, and now risk losing health insurance. So I want to make sure that we're asking ourselves and are answering the following questions. How does this proposal solve the problem and directly support the residents most in need? How does this program strengthen the 3 pillars that contribute to secure and affordable housing, stuff that Mr. John has mentioned in the housing production plan? And for those that don't know, we're talking about affordability, making sure that our housing costs are manageable for residents, and that quality and safety of our housing stock is safe. Now, Worcester, if people will remember, has experimented with natural occurring affordable housing program as recently as a year ago, when the manager allocated $1 million to landlords willing to receive $15,000 incentive to keep their units affordable at 60% of AMI for 10 years. Mr. Dunn, through the chair, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that program.
You're in your second 5, too.
Through the chair, Mr. John, could you very super briefly speak a little bit about some basic information about the NOAA program that was funded by ARPA at the recommendation of the city manager? How many landlords did we serve? What changes were made to the program? How much money did we end up using? And where was the rest of the money allocated?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilor, as the whole council will probably remember, we had recognized a few years ago the importance that naturally occurring affordable housing plays in our overall housing stock and the vulnerability that it has, particularly with a lot of the stories that were already shared tonight about new owners and paying certain amounts and then having those larger mortgages and the experiences we were hearing from renters. And so we wanted to be creative. It was, I think, the first program of its kind in the Commonwealth that I'm aware of, where we piloted it with $1 million allocation from ARPA, and we were trying to come up with a structure that would really come to a sweet spot in terms of the value of that benefit to the owners with what we hope to achieve on stabilizing those rents through deed restrictions. So the original framework that we had come up with was a $15,000 grant per unit in exchange for a 15-year deed restriction. We had very limited interest with that. We had effectively nobody looking to do it. So I think we missed the mark a little bit on striking that balance, because we wanted to create something that was enough of an incentive where we had participation and could utilize the pilot funds, but not be such a strong incentive that, you know, didn't make sense in terms of the prudent use of these public resources, or have so much interest that we didn't have enough to support all the interest. So I was really trying to come up with what's that sweet spot. So we made a change to that where we increased it to $25,000 per unit for the 15-year deed restriction, and also came up with a secondary option of $15,000 per unit for a 10-year deed restriction. Through that, we did have 17 units participate across 5 different owners. So the total amount that was funded was $425,000. So some moderate success there. And then we really kind of just started to run out of time. I think we probably could have utilized the rest of the resources, but certainly with the deadlines that we have with ARPA, we closed the program and shifted the remaining dollars to rental assistance, because that was also an important and persistent need that we were seeing in the community. So we had some moderate success with that, 425,000, 17 units, and we're able to obtain those deed restrictions without any local taxpayer dollars. It was obviously the federal funds.
Thank you, Mr. John. How many landlord incentive programs do we have currently?
Through the chair to the councilor, that's a little bit of a broad question. I think when we're thinking about the smaller properties, I think, is maybe the question, like around that. We've been trying to target some of our programs around like the 2 to 4 unit type properties, or in some cases where it's owner occupied 1 to 4 unit. So we do have a little bit, I would say, more programs and assistance for owner occupied types of properties versus like investor owned types of properties, but we do have both. A couple of things that we also did with ARPA, if you remember, we had an owner-occupied housing rehab program that was really targeting some properties that were suffering from keeping up with improvements, code violations, owners that just didn't have the resources to address some of those code violations. So we had $2.3 million of ARPA for that program. We've had a robust lead abatement program and healthy homes program across both ARPA as a funding source, as well as the dollars we get from Housing and Urban Development, the federal government directly. That includes both owner-occupied properties as well as investor-owned properties. So we've done a great job. We've had probably one of the more respected lead abatement programs, I would say, in the country. I think since 2007, we've had about $15 million of federal funds and have successfully abated over 1,200 units in the city to make sure that we're, having more healthy environments for our families. We did the Worcester Housing Now program, if you remember. That was funded with CDBG dollars, so we do use some of our CDBG dollars every year for housing-related investments, and that was, again, targeting the 2 to 4 unit properties, and we did have 2 tracks for that application, one for owner-occupied and one for landlord or investor-owned. We've definitely had more success with the owner-occupied version of that. We have not had much success with the investor-owned track on that, and it could be, again, with them figuring out what are the dollars, what's the benefit to them to address some of the rehabilitation they need, but what's that trade-off with the deed restriction. So that program, both for owner-occupied and landlord-owned, is $50,000 a unit in exchange for a 10-year deed restriction, and you have to use it to make the necessary improvements to the property. It's not like the flexible nature of the ARPA program we had, where they didn't necessarily have to make further investments in the property. The other one that I think is worth highlighting or noting is that outside of the housing allocations that we did for ARPA in our community-based programs, we had an application from Worcester Community Housing Resources that was funded, and they proposed the Landlord Assistance Program, and they were specifically trying to help facilitate the challenge that we've heard time and time again of voucher holders not being able to find an apartment within the certain time frame that they have due to a variety of reasons, and we believe part of that is stigma. So they were proposing some of it related to staffing, so creating those connections, creating that kind of network connecting voucher holders and the continuum of care clients with owners that have available units, but also included a $1,000 kind of stipend or incentive to those owners, those landlords, and unfortunately that was not very successful at all. So the total ARPA award on that was $186,000, and they only went through about $20,000 of that. So they've been in contact with us about where do we go. ARPA's kind of running out in terms of the time frame. Could we reallocate it? Should we do something different? The idea, they were hoping to support 80 voucher holders, but because of a lot of the challenges that we know exist in terms of creating those connections, it wasn't as successful as we had hoped with that, or that they had hoped for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. John. I don't need you to write a report on this because you've reported this in your report to the economic development that you submit to council, but I just wanted to make sure that folks could hear it directly from you verbally. The multitude of incentive programs that we have and where some of the targeted dollars can go. Thank you, Mr. John. Through the chair, I'd like to ask a couple of questions to Mr. McGurth, if possible. Thank you, Mr. McGurth. Through the chair, it's very confusing for residents to understand some of the lingo in the budget. And so, for example, tax abatements that we manage as a city. What is the overlay amount that we put aside to manage those abatements that we offer?
So through the chair, the budget sets out an amount of revenue, an amount of expense that the city will undertake during the course of a year.
But simultaneously, much of our revenue comes from the property tax, and we know people will apply for abatements, they'll contest the amount of their assessment. And so we also raise what's called the overlay. And the overlay is there for the sole use of the city assessor. And if someone is relieved of, if someone's assessment is modified, it's abated and reduced, that means there's a reduction in taxes owed. That reduction is pulled from the overlay and then transferred over to the city's operations to ensure that we have the money needed to undertake the expenses that have been approved by the city council. This year's overlay is about $3.75 million. It gets finalized. It was in the budget document, but it gets finalized during the budget adjustment period once everything is certified by DOR.
Thank you, Ms. McGurthy. And speaking on that, on the process, if city council is to adopt this tax policy, what process would us as city councilors, what would we need to do?
So through the chair, the criteria of the policy are critical in determining what that might mean for the overlay. All of the abatements provided here would have to be compensated by transfers out of the overlay, the approval of the assessor and the transfer from the overlay. So undoubtedly, the overlay would have to increase as a result of, the use of this program. That would mean that city council, either through depending on when the program's implemented, either through the budget process or through the budget adjustments, would be approving an increase in the overlay each year going forward.
So during budget season?
Through the chair, it's during the budget season or the budget adjustments in the fall.
I've asked this question before, and I tried to do some research on this and couldn't find any information, but does the assessor's office know whether, for example, a property owner who might be looking for an abatement is an LLC?
Through the chair, it's not something that would naturally come to the attention of the assessing office. They wouldn't look for that information. It's not relevant to their assessment or the way they process a taxpayer's information. That said, if the name or the title on the property is an LLC, it would be obvious. But again, that's not something they're looking for at the time.
So potentially an LLC managed by a principal would ask for an abatement, but the assessor's office wouldn't know, for example, if the principal of the LLC lives in the city, or if it's somebody from New York, somebody out of country. We wouldn't know any of that information because we don't have a way to research it.
Through the chair, I think the key is that the city assessor's office wouldn't request or require that type of information.
Great. Thank you, Mr. McGurthy. And how many staff do you usually have working on abatements in the assessor's office?
Through the chair, there's 9 staff currently. There's 10 funded positions, 9 filled positions in the assessor's office. Generally, it is a group effort. Certain properties and abatements are applied to various members within the department. The big time of year is always the beginning of January to February, when the abatement process occurs, and January through April even for some of the exemption programs. So it's all hands on deck when abatements are being processed.
And Ms. McGurthy, and maybe through the city manager, is all this information that I just asked you and Mr. Dunn, is the report coming out of your office? Are you collaborating with economic development?
Mr. Manager?
To the Chief of the Council, it will be a collaboration between both departments.
So it will be a combined report?
Yeah, it'll be a collaboration. Yeah,
Okay.
but most likely the report will be submitted by Economic Development, but Tim McGurthy will apply some efforts to that.
I'd like to make a motion for all the questions that I asked both of you to be included in that report. Thank you, Mr. McGurthy. I know I have 3 minutes. I'm going to try really hard to get through the rest of my remarks. Really helpful information, and I'm only asking these questions because I do want to make sure that whatever policy the City Council adopts in reference to this order, that we are truly making a difference where it actually matters. In my estimation, and this is just me, if we're going to use taxpayer dollars, they need to be used in service amongst most vulnerable residents who are in desperate need of relief. Take Fran Boshari, for example, a multimillionaire property owner who took my constituents to court a day after the building collapsed on Mill Street and a day after they lost everything. Are we going to give people like him a tax handout? Take, for example, the multitudes of LLCs who own properties and who we have no way of knowing who they are, where they live, how much they care for our community, are we going to give them a tax handout? Take slumlords who are getting rich on the back of our seniors and families with kids, only to provide rat and cockroach-infested substandard housing. I'm asking the question, are we going to give them a tax handout? And if not, how are we going to make sure that we do not? We have different strategies in place in the housing production plan, the Worcester Now Next plan. We have a multitude of strategies, landlord incentive programs that Mr. Dunn went over, things that our community and housing experts have talked to the city for a long time. We have these landlord incentive programs that are targeting moderate to low income to extremely low income residents and those exiting homelessness. Why aren't we using taxpayer dollars to make sure that those are expanded and strengthened? Mr. Manager and Mr. Mayor, I am ready to support any housing policies, and I'm happy to support you and collaborate with you, but I do think we can do more. We can implement these landlord incentive programs that prioritize our seniors, veterans, first responders, educators, paraeducators, restaurant workers, and those exiting homelessness, the very people that I serve on a day-to-day basis, and those on the verge of being evicted. We can revamp and get rid of exemptions in the rental registry to make our housing stock healthier. We can invest in a universal basic income program for residents choosing between food, medication, rent, or utilities. What we do know with certainty is that trickle-down benefits have not worked in this country. They never do. But targeted interventions based on data and based on the people that are struggling the most do. I'm not fully convinced at this point in time this tax relief program puts assistance directly in the hands of our educators, our classroom aides, our essential workers, our sanitation workers, the very people who keep the city running and our lights on. I'm not convinced at this point that it directly supports and incentivizes first responders who graduated the police or fire academy to live in Worcester, those that are choosing to live in other municipalities because Worcester is out of reach, out of time, and out of options. Our limited
We'll
resources.
suspend the rules then? You want to keep
May I please ask for suspension rules? I literally have 1 minute.
Okay, roll call. You're almost there?
I'm a
Motion to
minute.
suspend the rules. We doing a roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I already said that, yeah.
We're not doing a roll call?
Yeah, I said roll call.
Oh, okay.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Yes. Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Maura Carlson? Yes. Council Nian? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Yes. Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
In the interest of time, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would like to send after this meeting some questions that I'd like for Mr. Dunn and especially for Mr. Dunn's department to add to the report. But let me just close with this. I'm not trying to sabotage this order. I'm trying to ask questions about a policy that can have unintended consequences and impact, questions that will, an impact that will affect taxpayers. But most importantly, that I want to make sure that if the city council is going to put its backing behind this policy, that we are using our limited resources and any and all subsidies and any and all efforts to target and support those who can no longer call our city livable, affordable, a place they can afford to raise their families, or age in place. I am happy to work with your administration, whatever expertise and help that you need to see to it that either this program or something else goes directly in support of our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager.
Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo my colleagues from this, my colleague, Councilor Hadjai, from this perspective. We definitely want to make sure that this is having the broadest impact possible for folks and for the people that came forward today. I've stood here and others have stood here over the past years and months and weeks and talked about people whose rents were raised $800 in one-shot deals. Folks who are on fixed incomes as well. And as part of this, I certainly support anything that's going to make inroads. The questions that I have are related to the draft ordinance that will be necessary for this, Mr. Chairman. As we saw with the inclusionary zoning that was discussed, that was watered down. It was less broad than it needs to be by the majority of this council. When we take measures like this, we need to make sure that's having the broadest impact for folks who are most vulnerable, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to the specific language of the Mass General laws, I was unable to find any attachment with that law, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask that law, by way of an order, be provided to the council to be sent to committee as well. There's references there to the percentage that we have to have. It's references to the fact that the city sets parameters around this, and I think it's very important for transparency purposes that that be outlined and delineated. And further, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that a prospective draft ordinance be produced to be sent to committee as well by way of a motion so that people can actually dig into this. We want to make sure that, again, this has the broadest impact for the most people possible, Mr. Chairman. And in that way, any questions or concerns that have been broached can be addressed. I'm very concerned, Mr. Chairman, that, you know, with some of the efforts that we've made, we've seen that folks who are living, owning homeowners who live there. What's the term? Folks who are living in the home and renting out, and folks who are investment landlords. That, you know, there's often a different approach there, and we have to sift through that and make sure that folks who are getting abatements and the like are going to, again, be far-reaching. So I would support this going to committee for further evaluation, but we definitely need the details. It's important that we are able to see the Mass General laws itself and what a draft ordinance would look like to be part of that debate. We know with this process, it's got to go back and forth. We could be a year and a half, 2 years from now, looking to finally get a draft ordinance to consider. And this isn't for finalization, it's just for discussion so that the public can kind of see visually, and the committee and the council can see what that would look like. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anything else? Send that to the manager. Couldn't agree with it. Pretty much it was all said by everybody here tonight, and so we get criteria around that, as Mr. McGurthy was saying. So send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, next up, requesting a manager by council report detailing the feasibility of creating a municipally owned grocery store. Councilor Jenny Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by just asking Mr. Clerk if I can amend the item. If I could amend it to say, request the city manager work with community partners, state and federal delegation to explore feasibility of creative grocery store solutions to expand access to affordable groceries in the city.
Through chair to the council, yes.
Okay, thank you. I can say it again too if you need it. So last July, the Worcester Community Food Assessment came out, and I know we all read it. And according to that assessment, the Worcester County Food Bank saw a 32% increase in households seeking assistance between 2023 and 2024. Our city's poverty rate is 20%. That's nearly double that of the state and the county. Prices for groceries are rising faster than the overall rate of inflation. I know that we all know the grocery store. I go to Market Basket with Councilor Russell every Sunday because it's more affordable, and we're lucky we have cars and we can go there, right? Groceries are out of control. Lincoln Street has not had a full-service grocery store since October 31st, 2024. Aldi's is not predictable. I stop in at Aldi's. You cannot plan dinner at Aldi's for a family of 5. Target has a large frozen food section and some fresh food. It is not a grocery store. Residents in northern Lincoln Street have to take the bus to the hub, transfer to go back to Market 32 on Pullman Street, go shopping, then return to the hub and transfer to go home. That is not food access. That's an obstacle course. Over the past year, the city, my colleagues, the administration, everyone has been really great. Mr. Dunn and his office and the city manager have worked to speak with the landlord to find a way to facilitate a grocery store takeover where Stop and Shop was. My colleagues have supported all of my council items relating to food access for Lincoln Street residents, including looking into a daily table, so thank you. Mayor Petty and I met with representatives from Stop and Shop before the store closed. We had a discussion, can you stay? Why are you leaving? Just to get a better idea of it. We were able to get 2,000 turkeys for Thanksgiving for the neighborhood, which I appreciated. The administration and I tried to find a way for the WRTA to make a special bus route 2 days a week from Lincoln Street to Market 32 on Pullman. It didn't work out. For me, this is just one more idea to help a neighborhood that does not have a full-service grocery store. For neighborhoods like Lincoln Street, this is not government overreach. It's a response to market failure. This is not about replacing the private sector. It's about collaboration. When there is a clear market gap, like the absence of a grocery store, the city has a role to play in supporting community-led efforts and encouraging investment that strengthens our local economy and improves the quality of life. It's about building a local food economy rooted in public service, not just profit. I am not trying to undercut local entrepreneurs. This is not anti-small business. I love Hyder's. I worked at Hyder's. The Asian supermarket in Webster Square is great. I'll always stop in at Bosky's on Burncoat Street. Bodegas are wonderful. Hyder's is wonderful. You can't get fresh seafood at a bodega. You can't get, there's no pharmacy at Hyder's. Grocery stores are so much more than just food, and neighborhoods need them. And I was thinking, there are so many groups and people in this community doing the work, and I really just want to be helpful on the city end and find a way to facilitate and make a connection. So you've got the Coalition for a Healthy Greater Worcester, Center on Food Equity, Worcester County Food Bank, the Food Hub. I love the Food Hub. It's wonderful. I have friends who have done it. It's a really, really cool thing the city does. Regional Environmental Council, Food Research and Action Center. We have Congressman McGovern lives in Worcester. We have a state delegation, a federal delegation. There are so many people who can help us find a way, a creative outside-the-box way to get access to healthy, affordable food. So I'm happy to explore a public-private partnership, for-profit, nonprofit, for-profit hybrid, a cooperative model. What matters is that it works, that it gets food on shelves and into people's homes. And when residents spend their dollars at a city-supported community grocery store that offers fair prices and fresh food, that's the market deciding that access matters. So it would be amazing to have a grocery store on Northern Lincoln Street. If Market Basket would take the place of Stop and Shop, I would still want a model like this because we're the second largest city in New England. It would be really great if we could set an example and just find a way to think outside the box and get people access to healthy food, affordable food. At the end of the day, that is all I want. Residents throughout the city are dealing with food insecurity. These are our neighbors, our friends, people all over. You don't even realize it, but they're having to make decisions between rent or food, medicine or groceries. Am I going to pay for childcare or the doctor's copay, or am I going to get groceries today? And it's not okay with me. I know it's not okay with anybody. Working families, we are all falling behind. And, at the end of the day, I just want people to have access to food. This is a feasibility study. I'm not asking for, the city manager to build a municipal grocery store tomorrow. We will all work there. That's not what I want. I just want to explore options for the city, and we could lead by example and do something really great for residents. Thank you.
We got Council King, followed by, Council Russell has his hand up first. Council King. Sorry about that.
Okay, that, Mr. Chairman, but I was mentioned in Council Priscilla's thing, so I want a chance to respond. Adam, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear. I'm happy that Council Priscilla amended her item to take out, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk or Council Priscilla, take out the part about having the city of Worcester actually own or run a market. And I'm happy that that part of the conversation was removed. I think that our city manager has enough of things on his plate now, and we don't need to get him a butcher's apron and put him to work running a supermarket. But Mr. Chairman, I've talked with the city manager before about this, and I'll say it again. We have a food hub in Union Station that the city supports. I'm hoping that they'll, help us with this process. I'm hoping that the manager and the authority that is in charge of the train building, the Union Station, the storefront that's on the back of it, that this city and that authority has tried many times trying to lease. I don't know why we haven't roughed it in for plumbing, for a cement floor, why we haven't put a floor down that could be used for things like a market, like a restaurant, even have different options before the cement floor is poured so that people could see it. I would encourage the administration to put that property out for an RFP with a minimum bid of $1 rent per month. We're not generating anything from it now. We haven't generated anything from it for as long as I can remember. Why not take a property like that and ask some of our local markets to consider opening a branch there? Even put in the RFP that they have to already have an established location. One of our small businesses are able to step up and take that property and put a market that provides fresh food right next to the bus station. Right next to the bus station. How great would that be to utilize that? And there's a property that we've been scratching our heads with as a city for as long as I can remember. That would be a perfect location. And we've got so many good small businesses in this city running markets and retail operations now. Why not give them an opportunity to do that? So, Mr. Chairman, I'll support the amended item, and I'm happy the council amended it, and I thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate this particular item. What we heard described earlier was a food desert, Mr. Chairman, coupled with a transportation system that's inadequate and falls short. And while I appreciate the amendment, it almost leads us back to the drawing board in terms of reaching out to our community folks, our state stakeholders, which I think we've done. And I don't know if it's feasible for the city to run it. Certainly we have some challenges running many things here in the city. But I do appreciate the spirit of this particular order, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to the food deserts and the efforts made by the folks on the economic development team, if it's through the chair to the administration, if you could just share what those efforts have been.
Mr. Manager?
Recruitment efforts or whatever it is that has occurred of late.
Through Chair to the council, it's conversations with property owners, developers, conversations with organizations that have had interest, things that have been recommended here, like Daily Table and others. It's constant conversation with all of them, right? We understand not only the Stop and Shop at Lincoln Street, we also had the Price Chopper who closed down on Cambridge Street. And so we started having conversations with Price Shoppers and those property owners and the other Price Shoppers that we have here in the city, like Highland Street and Sunderland Road, et cetera. And so we've started to having conversations with a lot of them. There's nothing concrete that any indicating other than, that they have some challenges with performances in some of these locations. And so that performance leads to a national decision of say, to a national decision to say, hey, we got to close this location here, we got to close this location there. And then we try to work with property owners and other developers. You know, the city of Worcester for many years has been trying to bring Market 32 to the city. I mean, not Market 32, Market Basket to the city, especially right before they went to Shrewsbury. We spent a significant amount of time to try to recruit them to the city. Again, and those efforts are nonstop, they're ongoing. I've had conversations with folks even here, the Gala Foods folks, the folks in Southbridge, Big Bunny, conversations of saying, hey, what about coming to Worcester? What about expanding in Worcester, et cetera? So right now, that's to the extent of the conversations that we're having with property owners or other grocery stores.
Sure, thank you. And if we get a report back on those efforts as well, you know, I heard a little bit, of course, as many are very sensitive to any sort of negative impact on bodegas, corner stores, et cetera. That's a concern. I know we had, I'm not sure if it was considered a grocery, but we had an entity over there on Water Street that closed down recently that offered fresh vegetables and things of that nature as well. What, Maker to Maine, that's what I was referencing. You know, the need is certainly there, and I don't know if there's a way to encourage the small businesses in that aspect, in terms of filling that void. It's interesting to me that the chamber is here advocating against this because of concerns with the bodega. What I'd like to hear is ways of enhancing those opportunities for those sorts of small business ventures. Because the reality is the challenges that they have, if it's Gala Foods, if it's Big Bunny coming here, or whatever, the smaller owned folks who have these places like Maker to Maine, what are those challenges like as we try to fill the void? Again, I don't know if the city run thing is an option. I would certainly have liked to have had a report back on it. I respect the amendment to this particular thing, but we have some major concerns here regarding making sure our kids have access to healthy food. You know, and the other thing that I would like, Mr. Chairman, and I thought about this quite some time ago, is an exact definition for this body to go to public health or wherever it needs to go of what is a food desert specifically. You know, what are those parameters? I think we've discussed it here, but I don't think we've ever seen it and explored it. So we can identify where in the city, we have it in our mind, right? But we can identify, delineate, and confirm where in the city actually are those food deserts. And what are the additional ways that we can address that, Mr. Chairman? That was like I'd like to see. I appreciate Councilor Pasillo's leadership on this, and I'll support the item.
Thank you. Councilor Colorio?
Thank you. The way that it was originally written, I could not support that because in any government-run grocery store, you got less choices, not more, less availability, not more, and higher prices. So I wouldn't be able to support that. So I'm asking if we could hear the amendment one more time. And also, too, is I'd like to, one thing that I was interested in that was a conversation that the Councilor Pasillo was talking about is, and maybe the city manager can answer this through the chair, what was the reasons that we couldn't run a bus to Market 32? Like, why were we not able to get the WRTA on board with that? It seems like that would be a no-brainer, and I'm wondering, and it sounds like it was a great idea, so I'd like that question answered, and I ask if the clerk could read the amended version one more time. Okay, thank you.
Do you have it? Councilor Pasillo, do you have your amendment there? Do you mind?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Councilor Colorio. So I changed it to say, request the city manager work with community partners, state and federal delegation to explore feasibility of creative grocery store solutions to expand access to affordable groceries in the city.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got,
Through the chair, could the city manager answer my question about the?
with the bus?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I don't know specifically what the reasoning was. I do know there's 2 separate buses, so 2 different routes. And so to have a bus go directly from Lincoln Street to Pullman Street, there might be some logistical issues because there's 2 different routes, 2 different kind of areas that they need to address. But that's something I don't have with me, something I would need to come back with a report from the WRTA.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Council Bergman?
I hate to belabor it, but I want to be very careful on how this is, what the intent of the amendment is before I decide which way I'm going to vote on it. So I know I can't ask my colleague directly, but what I'm trying to clarify is, does the amendment intend to have any potential for city ownership of this facility, of this grocery store? That's what I need to know, because if it isn't, then I can support it. If it does, I can say that I don't believe city government does much well when it comes to adding more things on their plate. Not this city government in general. Our plate is full, and we should be focusing on what we can do better and not adding things that we've never done before. So I really could be supportive of it if it doesn't involve the potential for city ownership. So I don't know how to clarify that, other than hopefully my colleague can comment on that, or we're stuck, I guess, on not knowing the answer to that.
You have a comment?
Yeah, I'll try to comment on that. I was involved with Council Basilio and community partners in this discussion recently. One of the models of a municipally owned is not that the municipality would have its own employees, employ its own employees, and run the actual supermarket or grocery store. One of the biggest challenges with grocery stores, and especially with the different new models, cooperative models that they have, is that many of them do not own the property. And so because they not own the property, they're subject to a triple net lease that can impact their ability and their margins when they're trying to sell these goods. And so one of the ideas is that the municipality will own the property and lease it back to a nonprofit or cooperative that would do the work, but then can have a better control on the lease so that the lease is lower and their margins to be able to sell the groceries, et cetera, would be better. So again, I think my conversation with Council Basilio is seeking to look at all these models that are popping up across the nation and provide a feasibility of what are the options that are best for Worcester and what we think would be a good choice for us.
So if I may, through the chair to the city manager, the only ownership interest would be that of a landlord, is that correct?
To the council, that's something that I understand currently right now. I don't know if there's any other models where actual municipal employees are bagging, are doing cash registers, et cetera.
I'm not suggesting that, but I am suggesting there's liability if it has a landlord.
Correct.
In we're getting into the business of owning property that has liability potential.
Correct.
Slip and fall accidents happen all the time in grocery stores, and other things do too. Let me just be, again, I'm not sure my question's been answered as much as it could be, and I appreciate the attempt to do that. But let me just say something else that my colleague, Councilor Calorio, touched upon, and also Councilor King, although he may not have intentionally touched upon it, and that is that, bus transportation system that falls short. That's the comment I heard. I haven't even had a chance to have a agenda item before the Public Service and Transportation Department, because it's been rudderless for the last year and a half. The WRTA responds to that subcommittee. I understand there's now been an appointment to chair that subcommittee, but the WRTA continually comes up in conversations, and I know that all of us agree it's fare-free is a good thing, but being fare-free doesn't mean it's running well. And part of the reason it needs to run well is it needs to address the concerns of the people that live in this city. So when I hear and I did take the liberty, Councilor King had mentioned, what's the definition of a food desert? Well, we'll wait for an official definition from this body. But I did look it up, and transportation is a critical element of a food desert. So, I am frustrated in the fact that for the last year, more or less, we've had no feedback from the WRTA and the concerns that we have. This is an issue that does reflect, I think, not positively, on the roots that WRTA has and people not having the ability to access supermarkets. And I'm sure there's more than one food desert, if I can use that definition, in the city of Worcester. So if we decide to establish a store as a landlord, where are we choosing to put it? And what are we saying to the other people in other neighborhoods? I think personally focusing on the transportation, the ability to improve the transportation is probably much more of a long-term solution than opening up one store in one particular location. I would like the amendment to have said for the city of Worcester not to have any ownership interest in this at all, because I think that's something I could support. The way it stands now, it'll be a last-minute decision, as they say, on which way I go with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have, as we have Council Pasillo's request report from city manager as amended, along with the reports that have been requested. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Gloria?
No.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Aida?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. Next item is request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility provide council with a report investigating the feasibility of making Wayne Street a one-way street. Council Haji?
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager, part of the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority to install fencing along major railroad crossings throughout the city. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On June 26th, a group of young people were by the railroad tracks on Atlas Street. And unfortunately, they were trespassing. Unfortunately, Isabella Brady, who had headphones on, lost her life because she was in the tracks and the train hit her. Tragic that this young woman lost her life, and it could have been prevented. I think the MBTA really has a responsibility to ensure that on their tracks, when there's known potential egress, and there were two very visible paths that were there that have been used by people in the neighborhood, that they should have installed fencing. I'd like to amend this order to include all known paths leading to the tracks in Worcester, and further to include appropriate signage, and also have the MBTA conduct an education program in the schools to make sure that as part of school safety, that they also know that they shouldn't be walking on the railroad tracks, and that it's against the law and it's a safety issue. I think as far as I was asked by somebody who's going to pay for it, it's my understanding that fencing like this would be paid for by the MBTA capital program, so it would not come from the city itself. But I think that it's incumbent upon the MBTA. I think there was just another death, I think in the Boston area recently, that they really need to take a look at this. And yes, there is personal responsibility, and we understand that, but we also need to be stewards of making sure that the property is safe for our community. I'm just heartbroken for her family, and I hope that this can be changed and moved along by the MBTA. I know that they take into consideration serious issues like this, and I ask that they take a look at the entire tracks along the city of Worcester, within the city of Worcester, to make sure that there aren't any areas that could be broached by the public. Thank you.
So now to the Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think I would add CSX in there as well, because those train tracks are not just used by the MBTA. And my understanding, dealing with a similar incident when we tried to get fencing put up in another area, CSX was responsible for that fencing. And let me just say this, is that it was more than an act of Congress to get a very small section of fencing. So I would suggest, from the little bit of experience that I have with CSX, it takes a lot to move them in terms of repairing their fence. Mr. Chairman, one of the school teachers had reached out to me and asked if I would mention to you as chair is if there could be something in the schools to educate these kids about being on those train tracks. But again, I thank Councilor Toomey for putting this on there, and it certainly is something we should look at doing. But I will say to you, take a ride down to Lake Ave, and if the MBTA or CSX has to fence the length of Lake Ave, I think that, I mean, it certainly should be done. But it's also an investment that I think we're going to need our partners in the state and federal government to get this done. Thank you.
So send that to the manager as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager routinely provide city council an updated copy of the streets and sidewalks construction progress report. For a request of the city manager provide city council with an update concerning any upcoming major issues and/or projects occurring in the city. Councilmember Carlson.
As it reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager to prioritize the expansion of services provided through the city's Keep Worcester Clean program, as well as the city manager's clean team. Councilmember Carlson. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility, City Council to report detailing any information compiled from the formal traffic studies conducted at the intersection of Carter Road, Brigham Road, and Warren Street. Report should include information concerning feasibility of installing four-way stop signs in the intersection, as well as short-term measures that can be implemented at that location. So I'll speak to it for a second.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you, and I'll be quick here. This is something that was brought to my attention. People who live up there asked me to put this on. I'm not sure what the right answer is. Also, all I remember is myself driving up Morton Street from Pleasant on a dark, rainy night and went right across without taking the sharp right. So it can happen, and so I'm not sure what the right answer is. Maybe we've looked at this already. Maybe if Mr. Commissioner wants to come up and speak to it, we can. If there's any plans that might be already in the work, there is plans? Oh, okay. I was asked to put this on, so. Yeah.
Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Mayor. We actually have an always stop that will be implemented later this year at this location. It's going to take some minor line work in addition to the signing at the intersection to make it appear like an always stop intersection so that drivers understand it and it's not just the signs. We'll be using the LED rimmed lighted stop signs so that they're more highly visible because it is a very dark location, as you had indicated. So at night, those in particular will stand out and be highly visible to motorists. And again, that's already been ordained by council, and we expect that that'll be installed later this summer.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we can file this item? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have something to say.
So the motion is to file. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to speak on this particular intersection. I put forward a number of suggestions that were unanimously supported by this council over the past couple of years. including rumble strips and otherwise, and also as the road continues on to the intersection with Salisbury Street. And I was out there with the commissioner. He's not here anymore. Oh, there he is. Along with Commissioner, is it Sterling? Is that his name? Westerly, the new guy. A couple of weeks ago, we did a little walkthrough with the community and an audit regarding resurfacing as well. So through the chair to the administration, if you can speak to the timeline with respect to resurfacing. I was over there on my two-wheel motorcycle. There's a lot of gravel that's up. It's very unsafe for motorcyclists and folks on bicycles, et cetera. So a couple of things. There's a four-way stop there. There's also concern a little further down regarding the apex or the elevation there, where there was some further discussion about safety measures. So you could just share through the chair from the administration some of the work that's going to be coming on Moreland Street at that intersection a little further down towards Salisbury Street, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through to the council. Yeah, this is something that we've been working on quite a bit, not only with yourself, but also Council Haji. I'm trying to look through my notes here. There's a lot of updates related to Moreland Street. Basically, there's going to be one of the issues that we had on Moreland Street was a water issue that needed to be done, and that delayed the entire work and resurfacing of the program. We're going to try to do some temporary short-term fixes as quickly as possible, but then the actual work of resurfacing won't happen till next year. But that's something that we're committed to doing right away. I've committed to the council that we're going to get on this as quickly as possible. DPW, this is one of their priorities to address. That street is in really disrepair, and then they're going to try to make some minor repairs in the immediate because there's a water issue that they have to come back to address for the long term.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, when we were out on our walk, there was a gentleman there that talked about a fatality that occurred at an intersection as you come down from the Carter Road in Moreland towards the Salisbury Street. We talked to that gentleman. There was some discussion about kind of the sight lines. I know I've working with Councilor Haji on that. And this person has been asking for a remedy here, Mr. Chairman. He says for a couple of decades. So I was wondering through the chair if we have a timeline designated for that. And if not, we can get a report back on what that time is, given the skepticism of some of the folks in the neighborhood, through the chair.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are a couple things happening there. The location in question is a rise in Moreland Street where you can't see the driveway and the cross street that immediately follows that. And there, just to be candid, there frankly aren't any obvious solutions that jump out when you go and look at it. So that's one of the big challenges here. There are some pedestrian improvements that had previously been planned at that location that are under construction now. So a crosswalk that presently exists and isn't very useful will be moved to a safer and more useful location, and a little bit of sidewalk to connect it to other areas in the neighborhood where people walk and want to cross the street. In terms of the site distance, that's something that we're still evaluating to try to figure out what the best solution is. We will report back on that this summer. I don't know what the solution is going to be at this point because, as I said, it's not something where there's a standard obvious solution to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that the public knows who have interest in this area. This is an area that I've been focused on for some time along with Councilor Haji. There's been a number of orders put forward, and we're seeing the realization of those orders occurring in real time, Mr. Chairman. In addition to that, this isn't an order, this is just a suggestion to the administration. If there's a way that we can communicate the pending changes, what we're doing in that area from the communications team, I call them the spin team, your team there, the communications folks. Yeah. Okay, the city spin team, whatever it is. If we can get those folks to communicate some of this stuff out, because the folks in that area on that street is extremely skeptical, because this has been an issue for quite some time. And, I think some updates with some timelines, maybe a walkthrough over there, maybe not, but some sort of communication to the public about that area, because it's in dire need of being addressed. And we can't forget our cyclists and our motorcyclists with respect to the gravel and the upturn of the surface there. I know we're doing some new stuff with surface material, but it's very important before someone gets hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. So send that, we're going to file that. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Request email to provide council an update concerning maintenance timeline schedule for all weather facilities, including the pool at Crompton Park, for the request of manager, including any update information concerning feasibility of constructing and maintaining additional pools in the city.
What happened? Mayor Petty?
No, I won't be that long. So,
Time's up.
we had the issue with Crompton Park. I know I talked to the city manager about it. Didn't open up timely because we had some issues with not sure the right terminology, the pumps or the valves weren't done right. And you don't know that until you put the pool on, which you don't know until the day before or a few days you're supposed to open. At that same time, I think the state opens their pools a little bit earlier than our pools, I think. But I remember that when it was over 100 degrees out, it was 105 that day back, was it almost the last week of June or in June? The Shine Pool closed for several days. And I contacted Michael Moore to get that up and running, to get that pool fixed, which took several days because once you have a pool problem, you got to empty the pool, you got to put it all back, you got to make sure that you get state inspection, you get city inspections to make sure that it's healthy. So I get all that. So I'm not sure what we can do for maintenance for this year. So next year we know if we have an issue ahead of time and on that. And Mr. Chairman, this is an issue you've talked about two new pools, Mr. Chairman, and thinking about it, I think we only have one pool. You just think about it because we did a lot of spray parks here in the city. And I know that, talking to the manager tonight, there's other, I think, Commissioner Parks is looking at that, and provide a report, which I think would be great. And we should be looking at on the other side of the city where we don't have any pools, so where people can have access to pools and learn how to swim. So, thank you. Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, yes, one city pool, Mr. Chairman, 105 degrees. I've talked about this at length with respect to the potential and opportunities that we have with ARPA funding for our parks. And I talked with this administration, I talked with the past administration under CM Augustus. I've talked about it here on the council floor and about how pools can bring folks together. We have opportunities for exercising and recreating with the seniors, perhaps earlier in the morning. We have swim classes at the Boys and Girls Club and other places, but opportunity for folks to learn how to swim. And as I always say, the difficulty folks have, there are people in this city that never get to the beach. They never get to the ocean. We have some of our water bodies that were closed down a lot last year, I think over at Indian Lake. Quincy closes down time and again. But we have one city pool in the largest city in New England. And we've had opportunities where we can do hybrids where we have splash parks and pools, just like we have at our only one at Crompton. We had that opportunity over here in Maine South, and we didn't use the opportunity to make it where it's a pool and there's some water spray park aspect to it. Same thing over here in Tacoma, over in Greater Brook Valley. With that project, I've talked with the manager repeatedly about this, as well as other stakeholders, prior district councilor Sean Rose, current district councilor Jenny Pasillo. The opportunity's there to do exactly that, because we also have adults, folks who are housebound, who are unable to access, and some folks who live near who are housebound or unable to get around as much due to the poor transportation, et cetera, public transportation, and they are not folks that are, looked upon. Well, they are looked upon in a very discerning way if they enter into a spray park, Mr. Chairman. If I go into a spray park by myself with my bathing suit on, everyone's giggling, but it's a fact. It's limiting is the point. It's not all encompassing. And there's a discerning eye cast upon those folks. Similarly, with elderly, similarly with other folks, we have to do something here. It's a community void, and I encourage the city manager, once again, take the appropriate efforts. And I know that there's some prospects in one part of the city, perhaps, that the Parks Department and that commissioner will come out with. But we want to make sure that they're as close as possible to the heat islands that we have. Because when I drove by during those 105-degree day weather, the state pools and the city pools, it's like a line at Six Flags. I've said it repeatedly. You got 50, 60 people waiting and waiting and waiting in line for extended periods of time. There's families that can't get in. You have 2 family members and 1 outside that can't get in because of the lack of resources, Mr. Chairman. We really need to look at quality of life and the health components and the community engagement aspects of this. We must have more pools. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager requests the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility provide council with a report concerning any means available to the city that could restrict commercial vehicle usage from the development at 1015 Pleasant Street from using Biltmore Road. Council Bergman and Councilor Hadji.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did hear from some of the residents there. They not only do they not oppose the building that's going to be their neighbor, they actually support it. I believe it's a drug and rehabilitation center. But their concern is that there are 3 egresses, and 2 of which front Pleasant Street, the 3rd of which is on Biltmore Road. Biltmore Road is a small, almost dead-ended road, and really can't handle commercial vehicles very well, and there's no reason the commercial vehicles would have to go there because there's a separate exit and entrance on Pleasant Street. I've checked with code. I don't know if there's any restrictions on the access roads that can or cannot be used. I know the use is a matter of right, and they're not, again, asking to interfere with the use. They're simply asking that there be an inquiry made through the various administrative departments to see if perhaps the developer could just get a phone call and say, hey, you're welcome to be in the neighborhood, but there's a street here of residential houses that can't accommodate large commercial vehicles going down there. So it's really a situation that perhaps just some communication between the administration, the appropriate person within the administration, and the developer could try to resolve. And hopefully it comes to that, because I think everybody could live side by side very nicely, given the circumstances. But I think there's going to be problems, particularly with the winter weather. There's absolutely no way a commercial vehicle can turn around on that street if they decide that that becomes a major use of egress for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Hadji.
Just a quick question, more for clarification. Does this order, given that the developer is going to open that facility very soon, would it need to go through traffic and parking at all? Or can the commissioner give us a report and then it will go to traffic and parking? I'm just trying to figure out what would be the best.
We'll get a
fastest
report.
solution.
Yeah.
Back a report, okay. So once we get a report, it will go to traffic and parking for action? Okay, Mr. Manager, may I ask, please, if we can expedite this, given that the folks are very agitated and they would like to speak to the developer as soon as possible? Thanks.
Okay. To the manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Everybody wants to sign on to that as amended? Yep. Okay. Request city manager consider upgrading the 311 customer service program to allow for text messaging to residents with timelines, as well as updates for addressing service requests and confirmation when the service request is completed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I utilize a 311 program like I'm sure many of my colleagues do, and I know much of the public does. The challenge with it is once you report something, you do get a confirmation number, but then it kind of gets lost in the system. So those of us who get packages, and I know all of us do, whether it's through Amazon, UPS, nowadays you get a notice from the carrier that the package is en route, and then you get a picture when it's delivered, and everything is like in a nice, neat package that you know time frames and you know the result. So it would be nice with 311 if you could get some sort of communication that the time frame of your request is anticipated to be, let's say, 2 to 4 weeks, and then perhaps a prompt that your request is being attended to, and then perhaps a picture when it's done, or at least a confirmation the item has been completed. There have been times, and I'm sure all of us are in this situation, where if I see a street sign in one location, unless I go back past that street sign, with all the other things I'm responsible for, I wouldn't necessarily know whether it's fixed or not. And it'd be nice for me to be able to respond to constituents by saying, I just got a notification that the street sign is fixed. I think with the technology today that we have, this shouldn't be a big ask, and I don't think it should be a big cost. And it'd be nice if we could upgrade the system to accomplish that. So it's basically a question to see if it can be done technology-wise, how much the cost would be. And if the cost is cheap and the technology exists, we should be able to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager requests the police chief provide counsel with an annual report concerning body-worn cameras used by the Worcester Police Department. Counsel Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're all waiting for this, this report to come. I'm sure it'll be very interesting, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager requests city solicitor provide counsel with an opinion as to whether a counselor or a counselor who has immediate family, who is a landlord or tenant, and therefore has a financial interest that has receives or pays rent, must recuse themselves from all matters affecting housing, rental costs, or controls. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, this item is one that I put out just in the eyes of just trying to be transparent. I'm not trying to eliminate people or exclude anybody or anything, as some of the folks commented on social media and here today. One of the callers said that something to the effect of they related this to be something similar to the tax rate vote, and that's my understanding. I'm just trying to make sure that the city solicitor comes out and explains it more to the general public than anything, that it is similar to the tax vote, and it's something, you know, when you're dealing, because otherwise we probably wouldn't have a majority of the council. Yeah. So I'm just looking for the report to the administration as it reads.
Okay. Send that to the administration. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item. Request the city manager provide council with a report regarding the steps the city needs to take to initiate Central Mass Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health Fund. Such fund should be pulled into a municipal fund requiring proportional financial contributions from Worcester and the surrounding cities and towns in Central Massachusetts to support coordinated long-term solutions to the crisis that is housing treatment, mobile outreach, public health infrastructure in the city of Worcester and surrounding areas. Further, request city manager request city solicitor to provide council with a report concerning whether any legal or legislative pathways such as home rule petition or state and neighborhood legislation is necessary to implement such fund. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For years, I've been asking about possibly doing something similar to what the schools do when they have children who have been unhoused, who are now living in Worcester. McKinney-Vento Act requires the sending district, if they're going to school here, to pay for partial payment. And then also, if they need to go back to the home school district, Worcester would pay for the transportation. And so there's a sharing of that cost, that burden. And so, you know, not necessarily that particular thing, but a similar issue. When we have such an impact here right now with folks who really just a terrible, terrible tragedy of being addicted with this scourge that's all over the world right now with drug addiction. And yes, Worcester has a lot of programs and facilities and services that assist people who are in the throes of addiction. And so what happens is that cities and towns say, go to Worcester. As a matter of fact, we all know that police departments will drop people off at Union Station or drop them over the line, you know, and say, hey, you know, you go to Worcester. They'll take care of you. Recently, I know the health department conducted a survey in a small area. I believe they averaged out the cost of the impact for folks between the 911 calls, between the trips to the emergency room, and all the other issues that we're dealing with our unhoused population. Roughly, in this small area, the sample, it was costing about $500,000 in resources, local resources. And if you average that out for all of the folks that are here, that's an awful lot of money that's going into these services. And certainly, we want to help people. That's the goal. But we should be getting some support. Coincidentally, the City of Boston last week filed, I believe it was last week, filed an order for a hearing regarding a similar thing. And basically, they said the same thing. They've invested significant financial, logistical, and personnel resources towards addressing conditions, which we have. We're doing the same thing. And so they also said that they're disproportionately bearing the burden of the crisis response financially, operationally, and politically, while surrounding municipalities benefit from the services without contributing to their sustainability. And I will tell you, too, there are many of these surrounding towns outside of Worcester that have no services at all. There's absolutely nothing for these people. And so they come here because there's no support. There's nothing for them to do. And so it certainly seems to me that it's reasonable, as we have with other regional programs, the cost-sharing program in the Commonwealth, similar to transportation, emergency preparedness, et cetera, and that all of this should be addressed in a comprehensive mode that really, we want to provide support and dignity to these people who, it's a terrible crisis that they're dealing with, but we also need to make sure that we're not burdening our own residents with the cost of this. And I think that this is a reasonable request, and I think that we possibly should also have a conversation with the City of Boston and see if we couldn't put some more support at the legislature to come up and actually do something. It really is not fair for the City of Worcester to be burdened so greatly without any remuneration or support from the cities and towns where many of these people come from. As a matter of fact, I believe in that may have been the same report or one close to it, but it's my understanding that more than half the people are not from Worcester. As a matter of fact, I think it was even higher than that. So, who are here, who are unhoused. So, I hope my colleagues understand the intent is to help, and also to help those who are addicted, and also to help our city so that we're not alone in bearing the cost and the burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, I'll sign on to this. I'm a little skeptical about the prospects, but I will sign on to this. I support it. And that
is based on the following. We know that, as mentioned, we're not Boston, but we are a hub of services. Folks come here for services, for proximity to those services, proximity to shelters, proximity to treatment, public transportation, food pantries, etc. And that's a part of this. And yes, our surrounding folks should do more. However, the Central Mass Regional Public Health Alliance has disbanded as of April of 2025. A 15-year coalition ended by mutual agreement. In the statement from our public health, it indicated that that was intentional. Those include the towns of Shrewsbury, West Boylston, Grafton, and Worcester. And they also pursued funding in concert. And their disbandment was specifically, as in statements from all of those entities, Worcester, Shrewsbury, Grafton, West Boylston, to pursue funding to deal with public health issues independently. So I'm hoping that this particular order is successful. What I would like is a detailed report on that disbandment. I've read the press releases. I've talked to some folks in public health, but I would like a written report outlining the pros and cons of the dissolution, of the dissolving of the Central Mass Regional Public Health Alliance that was created for coordination and funding streams. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to the manager along with the reports.
Separate?
Yeah, well, he's requested a report separate from this, so we'll send that along as amended to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Request city manager review the exit of the City Hall parking garage to repair the techno warning strip at the location, which is in the extreme. Disrepair and heaving, creating a tripping hazard. Further request the city manager review and repair the several broken and missing sidewalk tiles on the sidewalk adjacent to City Hall on the Worcester Common side. Councilor Hyde.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Honorable Bergman requests city manager requests Commissioner of Public Works inspect the concrete pillars and walls abutting Bronco Street and Thorndike, Monterey, Brighton, Coventry, Bellingham, and Devon's Road that are adjacent to the current sidewalk reconstruction to immediately determine if any public safety issues are occurring. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if the photograph that was hopefully going to be attached ever made it, but for those that are familiar, and maybe all of us, there are these, and I know Councilor Pacillo and I have spoken about this before, there are these unique concrete pillars that abut the streets mentioned along where they intersect with Burncoat Street there. Historical in nature, and they used to have signs on them indicating the streets. Those have gone to some degree of disrepair. There was some confusion or uncertainty for some time as to who actually owned those, and I think ultimately the determination was made that the city does own those. So I think it's really been a question over the years of funding to try to start repairing those, but what's happened now is the sidewalk adjacent on Burncoat Street to these concrete pillars is being replaced, and if you go up and down Burncoat Street and you see these side streets that I've listed, the concrete sidewalks are underneath the concrete pillars, and they're literally causing further deterioration of the concrete pillars. You can literally touch the pillars and pieces are falling off in your hand, and it's clearly because of the work that's being done by the subcontractor. So if there's a way to try to minimize any more damage, I hope that can occur. And if there's a way to perhaps ask the subcontractor for some sort of compensation for the damage that has happened, that would even be better. But I certainly think the city needs to know about it, and certainly the DPW should have an opportunity to consult with the subcontractor and see if they can try to mitigate the damages. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So send that to the Councilor Pacillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman, for putting this on. I know we've spoken about it before, but this is a really great motion. And, you know, again, the these contractors come in and they do work on the sidewalks, and you see these beautiful pillars that are historic to the neighborhood, and unfortunately, they weren't in the best condition prior to the construction, and now it's even worse. So I think it's such a great idea to try to hold them accountable and see what we can do, whether it's using CPA funds, anything, just to restore these pillars. They really do mean a lot to the neighborhood. So thank you, Councilor Bergman, and I'd love to sign on.
Okay, as amended. We'll send that to the city manager.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Nico and whomever coordinated I didn't realize the photograph was on the screen, which is even better than being in the packet. So thank you.
Okay. Those in favor to this manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Resolution that the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby proudly recognize July 19, 2025 as Equitarium Day in honor of Equitarium's 200th birthday, and encourages all residents to join in celebrating the milestone and the remarkable legacy of the Equitarium as a pillar of our community. Further, that the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby extend its sincere gratitude to the Equitarium for enduring contributions to the enrichment of our city and to the residents, with the best wishes for continued success in its mission to inspire a passion for science, nature, in another 200 years. So this weekend is the 200th year party. If people are interested in going, I want to thank Noreen Smith and Katie and Deb and the whole team up there for the work that they do. So, roll call.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
can we all sign on to this?
Yeah, I think you're automatically signed on when you do the roll call,
okay.
but we can all sign on. Yep, as amended, all signed on. If you want.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 13A, Communication City Manager, transmitting information communication detailing an honorary street sign process guide to aid residents through the process of petitioning for an honorary street sign. We can survey, get the rules, and we can follow that. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13.
Opposed.
Okay. There's nothing to, there's no vote. But
You
okay.
said all those in favor opposed. I said opposed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Communication C, we have 13B to 13D, refer to the Municipal Operation Legislative Committee. First one, Communication City Clerk concerning information communication regarding the process used to other communities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts regarding resident petitioning their elected officials. So we'll send that to MO. Councilor, what's that? Oh, Councilor Bergman was first. Councilor Bergman, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I would suspect that Councilor Russell feels that he might get the award for the most misunderstood / misrepresented item of the evening, but I'm going to challenge him that I think I'm going to take the cake. I'm reading the order. I know what the chairman's order was because I made it. City clerk, B, it is hereby requested to work with the city solicitor to provide city council with a report concerning the roles of residents and the city council when placing items on the city council agenda. Somehow, that has morphed on social media and elsewhere into there being items on the council tonight asking whether or not the city council should vote to allow residents to file petitions. It just doesn't say that. It doesn't say anything like that. This came about because two reasons. One, there's language in the charter that raises questions about what types of petitions should be filed by residents and what types can't. And then there are other communities that we're aware of that do things differently than we do in Worcester, but raises questions on whether or not we're following our charter correctly. We heard Framingham requires 300 signatures before a citizen's petition can be put on the ballot. The city of Cambridge, which is often quoted here by my colleagues, is a very progressive city. You can't, as a member of the public, put a petition on without having two councilors endorse it beforehand. So we don't do any of that. And I think it's a good thing that we allow free access for the public to petition the city council. So I'm going to ask the city solicitor what the different roles the public has versus the council has in submitting petitions. But I just want to make it clear that, you know, the hostility towards this item tonight, unfortunately, is not only unfounded, but it's totally inconsistent with the language of this order. I'm going to repeat it again. Yes, the city clerk being is hereby requested to work with the city solicitor to provide city council with a report concerning the roles. Doesn't say no role, doesn't say excluding the role. It says the roles of residents and the city council when placing items on the city council agenda. Very disappointed, but not necessarily surprised, given where we are in the calendar year of how this has been so misrepresented. But let me talk to the city solicitor through the chair, if I may, and ask a few questions. So through the chair to the city solicitor, with respect to the report that you gave, that was in response to the chairman's request, is that correct?
Through the chair, correct.
And was the chairman's request before you, or could I give you a copy of it? Are you?
I have a copy of it.
So what I just repeated twice, and I won't repeat it again, is that accurate as far as what the request was?
Correct.
Okay. And based on your report, can you provide some feedback to this council whether or not there are different roles with comparing the residents and the councilors when placing items for petition on the city council agenda?
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair. So the most distinguished role is that city councilors have access to information that is afforded to them through the city manager, through the administration, through our charter. So that any order that relates to information that's under the city manager's authority as an executive function of the city is a right that's afforded to the city councilors. Other than that, residents may petition government for any matter which is within where they statutorily are authorized, such as a zoning law, a zoning petition, or any matter that's within the jurisdiction of this body.
So if I may, through the chair, to the city solicitor, basically summarizing your, and I don't want to misspeak, so please correct me, summarizing your report, the items that are under the exclusive control of the city manager can only be petitioned through the council, and every other item basically can be petitioned by the public. Does that sound correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So there is a difference, but the public certainly has a right to petition
That's
the council.
correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Council Hajiya? Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we take 20A with this in the interest of time?
Which one? Sorry.
20A. It's the one I held from last session about, I think it's 28 here.
Okay, 20A is...
The chairman's order, another chairman's order about public participation.
Yeah, Chairman's order, request city manager, request city solicitor provide council with a report detailing if the city charter requires public participation to be open to non-listed residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on these matters and preface my statements that this has nothing to do with campaigns. This has nothing to do with the time of the year, any allusions to that, as this has been a matter that I've been speaking on consistently for the last 2 years, this entire term. And we can delineate when and where and how. I've done it on the council floor. I've done it in the subcommittee. And here we are again. And I can say this, Mr. Chairman, over this past term, we have thickened the lines of transparency rather than thinning those very lines. This council, by a narrow majority, has reduced the authority of councilors, and the influence of councilors by reducing speaking during budget hearings. We have also canceled meetings due to public protest, dissent, and concern, which is also a mistake, Mr. Chairman, giving the message that you can disrupt city government. We know that when the Capitol was stormed on that January day, that they went back to work after deaths, after threats, after a siege, an attempt to overthrow a government, Mr. Chairman. And now, as a result of public dissent, here we are, we have conceded those council meetings. we have had citizen petition after petition denied. I would perhaps, think that perhaps it's been more than we have in the past. I don't have those numbers, but we have significant concerns about that. We have been threatened with litigation by the ACLU for petitions, citizens' petitions, being denied here in the city of Worcester. And then we allowed the same petition, and then we did the right process and took a vote and voted those petitions down. But at least the vote was taken, Mr. Chairman. These chambers have been the source of unrest due to the aforementioned. Article 28 talks about, item 28 talks about participating by city residents only. This, Mr. Chairman, continues to lead us in the same direction, an all-out assault on civic engagement, Mr. Chairman. There's no other way to sugarcoat this. It's exactly what it is. We ought to be, in these times, with questions about government and political matters, we should be opening up the blinds. We should be allowing people full transparency. And it's something that I've fought for quite some time. And we've heard the following. We've heard that from elected officials that some meetings are taking too long. We're hearing that some folks don't want to hear the public speak for too long. We've seen some of the, I'm starting my time, might want to get me off the mic here. We've seen folks say that there's too many people speaking. We shouldn't suspend the rules. We should suspend the rules. Perhaps we should look at what other communities do. We've heard references from elected officials saying, hey, in the past, we didn't allow anyone to speak. And while there's no motions that way, those comments are intended to influence the public, Mr. Chairman. We've heard folks say that public dissent and outrage is off-putting. I'm not quite sure what the motion will be here. I hope that we vote this. I hope no one files anything. I hope that it's simply a vote to a yes or a no. But I will not be supporting this. If you go back and you listen to subcommittee comments, you'll hear comments around the fact that, hey, this is what they do in other municipalities. And none of those comments are related to expanding civic engagement. We now have a process where you have to walk in downstairs, type your name into some database, sign off on some form in order to pay a parking ticket. That's what's off-putting. That dispels and limits civic engagement, Mr. Chairman. We've gone a bit too far there. I hope the manager takes a look at that and has some reconsiderations. But this is, again, the people's house. The folks have a right to petition us, and I gotta tell you, as far as this particular report goes, I don't give it any weight, this interpretation from the solicitor. And you know why I don't give it any weight? We've been doing business this way. The past city solicitors have interpreted this in a more liberal way. And all of a sudden, we have a very conservative opinion with respect to public participation, with respect to petitions that are coming forward. In these times, it is not prudent for us as government elected or government officials to cast any doubt on public access. This isn't about folks making things up. There's a clear pattern here over this past term, and we're going down a very slippery slope. I will stand against it, and I will always support civic engagement. We need more of it, not less, and I'm looking forward to the commissions and things that have been created over this past few years to be a part of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Haji?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I ditto what Councilor King said. I watched the MLO meeting twice, and I watched it very carefully, took notes, listened to the back and forth between the chair and the city solicitor and the clerk, and I am struggling to understand what problem we're trying to solve. For years, the city council has had a procedure. The residents can come and petition their elected officials on a multitude of items that arguably fall under the day-to-day operations and management of the city manager. Just in the traffic and parking committee, there's over 20 items on any given month the Council Colorio has to run through, and the majority of those petitions are put in by the residents. So when I read the solicitor's opinion, I'm struggling to understand, A, where is this going? And so what problem we're trying to solve? I see different things. I see that the solicitor asked at the meeting for some assistance from the city clerk and the city council to help the city clerk and her office to try to streamline petitions. And that there's confusion around who can put petitions and who can petition the city government. That confusion didn't arise and didn't surface until we had a citizens petition regarding the Gaza resolution and the conflict that we had between a similar order or a similar resolution that Councilor Bergman had put on a similar topic. And so while I understand the language that this order is asking, I'm very clear about it. What I'm not clear is the unintended impact and consequence and the path that these two particular orders are going towards. In the city clerk's letter of the cover letter, he recommends that essentially that any petitions that get denied go through their city councilor. So that's recommendation number one. But when I read the city solicitor's opinion, coupled with the questions that the chairman asked in the MLO committee, it sounds to me like what we're asking for is a clear answer on whether residents can preserve their right to petition their elected officials. And we have heard over and over here again by the reaction of the public that is how the public is interpreting. Whether that's not the intention of the order, that's the impact that it had on the public, on myself and other councilors. So I would like to ask the city solicitor a couple of questions, if I may. Madam Solicitor, are any petitions that are brought in by residents on traffic and parking, on road resurfacing, on any functions that fall under the purview of the city manager's day-to-day operations, are those by charter not supposed to be on the agenda?
Through the chairs, first of all, I don't know what petitions go on day-to-day basis. My response, in my opinion, was answered a question. Okay. There's certain areas that the residents, by law, because there's a statute that creates that right, can petition a government. In other areas, such as access to information, that's an express right given to a city councilor. That was my response, and that's my response today.
Okay, thank you, Madam Solicitor. So what I'm hearing you say is that petitions that residents are already putting on the agenda, resurfacing streets, asking for a traffic light, much of what we discussed for the bulk of the meeting today are not explicitly prohibited from being petitioned by residents.
Through the chair, the charter actually doesn't identify what's called a citizen petition, and that's what my report says. The charter only requires that citizens or residents speak and are allowed to speak at city council meetings. Okay. So an interpretation which has been confirmed over the last 20 plus years, because I have opinions going back, it's not my novel interpretation, is that Right to access is something that is specifically given to city councilors through the charter, because other than that, there's a separation of government. So the government, the administration of the city falls under the city manager, and that's why you have that right to access of information.
Does the city charter explicitly prohibit residents from putting any of the petitions of the nature that I just mentioned?
So through the chair, the city charter doesn't talk about petitions.
Okay. It talks about residents being able to essentially
Speak and address the city council.
to the council. But our interpretation of the word petition is an ask on a cause. It's what I think I heard in your, I read in
Well,
your
the word
report.
petition means you're petitioning your government, so it would only make sense that it comes from the citizens and the residents.
So, Madam Solicitor, if you can just hang on for a second. So I'm not sure, and maybe I'm not understanding right. What problem are we trying to resolve right now?
Through the chair, I was just responding to an order, and a chairman's order. There's no problem in my eyes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Solicitor. So I'd like to make a motion for the City Council to preserve the residents' right to keep the same process as we have thus far, meaning that residents can petition their city government. We can certainly get a report. I'd like a vote on up and down on that, because that vote is going to delineate whether we're trying to resolve a problem or not. Our residents have the right to speak to their government in whatever way it is easy for them. We should facilitate that, we should make that easier, and we should encourage that and not do anything to further put our residents, a big wall between us and our residents. So that's my motion. And again, for the city clerk, that is for the city council to vote tonight on maintaining and preserving the right of residents to petition their local government in the same way that they have done for the past 20 years.
Council Bergman, the second time.
I'm not surprised I have to stand up for a second time. There's nothing in this order that says we're trying to take away the right of the residents to petition the city council. You can twist it 100 ways. There's nothing in there that says an MLO. We discuss many aspects of the city charter that are questioned by the public and questioned by the councilors as to what does it mean, why do other communities do it different, what are the various roles of the various parts of city government. I have no issue voting yes to preserve the public's right to petition, because that was never being jeopardized. What was being questioned was is there a difference between what topics the public can petition the city council for and what topics they can't. And we heard from the city solicitor that some topics they can't and some topics they can. That doesn't mean the right to petition has been threatened or challenged. And again, if there's a question, which I think I heard, or a statement that there's confusion with the public, it's probably because people go online and post things like there's tonight's city council meeting 2 items that pertain to whether Worcester City Council should vote to allow residents to file petitions only through the city council gets posted, because that's not what the items say, and that's not what the items are about. So again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. We've never had an issue in MLO in talking about questions that people have, but somehow this has taken a path, and when I say somehow, I know the reason why, others can disagree. It's taken a path that Councilor Bergman and others perhaps are trying to limit the public's right to petition. Never said that, never intended that, and that's not going to be the consequence of what this order. By the way, this order was simply voting for a report. There was no vote to be taken tonight. It was simply asking for a report. We have a report, and the report's fine. I heard from the city solicitor that the distinction between the 2 types of things that the public and the council can petition for, and I'm satisfied with that. Having it gone the way it went as far as what the implied implication is something that, again, I'm not surprised, but disappointed. Let me just finish, since I have a couple more minutes, with some other things that have been said. I don't think the rights of the public are diminished by the new security in this building. I applaud it. And if nobody else has said it before, I should have said it at the city manager's evaluation. Thank you for the number of years that the employees in this building have felt concerned that people come in and out of this building without any sort of security whatsoever. The public, I'm sure, for the most part, if you ask them, despite the inconvenience of parking and otherwise, applaud the fact that they don't have to wonder in a heated conversation whether or not somebody walked in this building with weapons. That the police department, if you ask them privately, would tell you thank you, so they don't have to worry about whether or not somebody has a weapon in a duffel bag. So when some people say that the rights of the public have been abridged because of things like security, I say quite the opposite. People that now enter this building can come into this building feeling like they're not threatened whatsoever. If that's infringing somebody's rights, then please, please tell me how that is.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Manager?
to the council, to the chair, to the council, I just want to give an example to try to contextualize what the roles and the opinion from the solicitor is providing here. There has been moments where residents have submitted petitions requesting a report from the city manager. That's where we're trying to define that residents cannot do that. Can residents petition to put a handicap sign? Can residents petition to pave a road or whatever it may be? Absolutely, residents petition that all the time. But for a resident to petition in the council structure, asking for a report from the city manager, et cetera, that's where the roles change. That is the role of the city council, not the roles of the resident. And so that, I'm just to give you an example, because there's been petitions in that effort that either have been denied or have been told people, you can't have those petitions put forward, because that's the role of the city council, to ask the city manager to come back with reports on X, Y, and Z related to the operations. So that's just an example of the delineation of roles between a resident and a city council, just to provide an example.
Okay. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification purposes for the public, I said that aspects of the steps that we've taken here in City Hall have gone a bit too far. I supported the metal detectors that you walk through, but we also have a system where people are entering their names into some database, and in these times they have concerns, or their name into a computer they think might be in the database, regardless of what me may say. Then there's a signature that's required with respect to them being in the City Hall that is also off-putting. So this by no means is about not making sure that folks here feel safe, or that they that there's no weapons here. I certainly support that. I do have significant concerns that if someone declines to sign, excuse the chair to the administration, what are they signing when they come in?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, it's just an acknowledgement of the conduct policy in the building.
Thank you. And so we have folks signing under duress a conduct policy that they've received, or they agree with it, or whatever the case might be. And if someone declines to do that, I'm not quite sure what happens. The concerns is regarding liability of accessing the People's Hall, which is what City Hall is. You know, when trying to go pay a parking ticket and having to sign some document. And again, folks have concerns in these times with what's going on with immigration and the like, about you know, where names go. That being said, Mr. Chairman, this particular item that talks about getting a report back on detailing if the city charter requires public participation to be open to non-Worcester residents. Again, just a report, but it's a report that could lead us to a place where we're asking for some sort of identification, ID, papers, passport, I don't know. But it all leads in the same direction. And again, we've been discussing this on the floor for probably 3 years, different aspects of this. So certainly, thank you for the metal detectors. No thank you to a requirement to add your name to a database through technology, or signing a some sort of document pertaining to how you're going to behave in City Hall when you come to pay a bill. That's off-putting. That reduces civic engagement. That's got nothing to do with weapons, unless we're running some Corey checks on these names. I don't know what the heck we're doing with it. You know, hey, it was brought up that this stuff's, it was brought up by my colleague that this stuff's gonna make sure we don't have, well, you know what? We're putting names in some sort of database, and we're writing out that, you know, folks are signing some form to get in City Hall. What happens if they don't? I think we'll be subject to litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pasillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just procedurally, I'm trying to understand. So 13, B, C, and D, these reports were asked for. We now have the reports. They're going to go to MLO to be discussed at length in MLO.
Correct.
Through the chair to the council, these are informational reports based on the conversation that took place in ML. So they asked us for a comparison of other cities, and then it was also asked for the solicitor to bring back a report. So that's how the report came back. So my question to the body tonight is, what is the direction that you're going to give the city clerk and the city solicitor moving forward after tonight?
I see.
Rule 2 states that councils have the ability to bring resolutions. They have the ability to provide orders and ask for reports from the city administration. Are you amending Rule 2 tonight to allow residents to do the same?
I see. And then, so basically, if a resident wants to ask for a report from the city manager, they can go to any of us, and we can then ask for the report on their behalf. And that's how it's always been done.
Through the chair to the council, correct. So basically, in the past, resolutions are brought forward by residents. There has been disagreements on this body to file those resolutions. I've been questioned why I put the resolution on. It started back in October. We had a citizen's petition that was put on that the members of this body, 11-0, filed. I had directions after that to be a strict interpretation of Rule 11 by this body. And then there was another petition that was denied, and then it was asked to be brought back again in January. That's what happened. So.
No, thank you so much. And I mean, really, I know we say this every time these rule changes come up, but really, I think it would just be great to look at the charter as a whole. It doesn't even mention petitions in the charter. It just seems like every few weeks or every month, something really contentious comes up. And I just don't understand what we're doing. If we could just look at the charter as a whole and have a commission fix it, update it, that's fine. But you could change this rule next term, or it could change tonight and then it could change back. It just seems, it's a lot. Thank you.
Okay. So we have oh, shoot. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, you know, words matter. They really do. Words on social media, words on this council floor, words matter. They really do. And I think that that's what we all have to keep in mind. And just like, you know, I mean, and Council Bergman made the comments about social media and stuff, and it's true. When you put out there on social media or on this council floor, you say there's something going on when it's really not. It's you know, you're basically starting a discussion in a different direction. I received an email today at 9:44 a.m. from a resident up on College Hill, a resident that I have interacted with on other occasions. Hello, George. I'm writing to express my hope that you will vote against limiting the public's voice in petitioning the City Council. I believe items 13B and 13C will limit residents' voices in government and would appreciate you voting against the agenda items. Thanks and have a great day. I responded by doing a screenshot of the items that were on the agenda tonight. And I said attached is a screenshot of the actual items the clerk is sending along. No vote is being requested to stop resident participation. Only reports about what other communities are doing. I personally have issues with petitions the city council members and residents put forward that are not in the purview of the city council. There are currently rules in place that prohibit this, but they're not always enforced. And then I signed it. So, and that response that I sent back was at 11:30 or thereabouts. Mr. Chairman, I'm not ready to change any rules tonight. I don't think there's a need to take a vote because there's no item on the floor that's before us properly that calls for any changes. So I'm ready to support the administration. And you know that comment you made, Mr. Manager, through you, Mr. Chairman, about the a report, I got just that email. And I don't think I can't remember ever getting an email like that, and I thought it was kind of unusual. It was from a person that lives on Massasoit Road, a person who has the same name of someone that was on social media trying to encourage people to come to Blythe with the disrupted playground. I still responded to that resident's question. If it was the person or not, I have no idea, but it had the same name. And he asked, because he had put a petition in asking for a report about whether the hallway of the city council, of City Hall, City Hall's hallways could be used for public protest, just for, general protest. So I said, and he said that he was told by the clerk, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's what he said in his email, that he was told that he couldn't ask for a report and he had to go to a council. So he came to me, because I'm his district councilor. I think he CC'd the mayor's staff at mayor at City of Worcester. I responded because I knew the answer to that. I dug up the old report that came from David Moore from years ago, and I sent it to him. Is this the information you're looking for? So a lot of times, many of us as council members could get the information to people and cut to the chase and answer their questions anyway. So that's what the process is about. And I, for one, am not ready to change that process tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a second time?
Yep, Councilor IGI.
It's a little frustrating to hear my colleagues mention that words matter when my constituents in District 5, people who came here to petition City Council, are called rioters, where members of the City Council have used words to harm myself and other council members. They have used words to accuse us of things that aren't factually true, like causing a riot or inciting a riot. That is dangerous, and that is when words are used to target and being weaponized. That said, I am very crystal clear and have been very transparent as a matter of my own operating as a city councilor that I will use any platform I have to communicate with my constituents on matters that I think are important. And it is very frustrating right now to delve into a discussion that we're spending a lot of time trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. The majority of the petitions that have created controversy aren't the petitions that are requesting the city manager to provide a report. If that's the case, then yes, we should filter the residents to come through us. Under one of the side notes, the city solicitor mentioned in her report is that even saying that requesting city council to request city manager for a report is not allowed. Why? If the residents are asking in a polite way through the city council to make a request of the city manager, I don't understand why that is any different than a petitioner coming to me and saying, Etel, could you please ask the city manager for a report? Furthermore, the city clerk provided examples specific to speaking to communities that do not allow residents to file petitions. The path that I see forward based on all this information is that we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. If we are afraid of taking topics of conversation that create anxiety and create political inconvenience for members, then let's be honest and say that. But these reports do not solve a problem. They're trying to solicit information on a problem that doesn't exist. I would rather try to figure out how we use our time as city council members to facilitate, to support, to enhance, to make it easier for residents to ask their city officials to hear their concerns. That is why I am asking again on the floor, my motion is to affirm that the city council tonight votes to affirm the practice that we are currently practicing and have been done for so many years, that residents continue to petition their elected officials in the same way that they have done. The city clerk, the city solicitor, the city manager's office can figure out the kinks if there are exceptions to that. I am not in favor, because I see a path that, like Councilor King says, goes towards a non-resident friendly, non-civic participation friendly way.
Okay. Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I just want to make sure by the end of the night that I have a really good understanding of if a resident puts in a petition that is supposedly not allowed, but it should go to, potentially can go to one of us, one of the councilors. Are we notified? Are they notified? How is that process? I'm not, that hasn't been mentioned.
Yeah, through the chair to the council. So basically, I'll bring up an example this past meeting. There was a resident who was running for office that put on a petition, and there was a city council that put on a petition. So in this case, it was the same exact language. So the resident was trying to solicit the clerk's office to see what the order was brought by the councilor. There was a story on Mass Live. You should follow it. It was a couple weeks ago. So in this example, we need guidance from the city council. Who has precedent? Does the resident have precedent, or does the city council have precedent? Who gets the item sponsored for the agenda for tonight?
So is it based on who files it first, or is it someone, is it that resident just not allowed to?
Well, through the chair to the council, so we asked the solicitor, and in this case, it was an ordinance change, so the city councilor was going to sponsor the report tonight, and then we asked the resident that they can speak on tonight because the council already brought the order forward. But these are examples that are coming up on a weekly basis. And other examples are on Rule 2. It says that members of the city council can sponsor orders, resolutions, and reports of the city manager. Petitions are not specific what the resident can bring forward. So if we're going to have a discussion on tonight of what is appropriate for the petitioners, which technically discussion should happen in committee, that's why the reports came forward, based on the city council rules, basically that has to be clarified. So those are the issues we're dealing with. Rule 11 leaves it all on the clerk and the solicitor. It is my recommendation of the council, if they want to vote on tonight to have the same rights on petitions, then they should strike Rule 11. It says that we should allow all petitions, and then this body can decide if they're appropriate or not.
Okay, is that clear for everyone? No. Still not clear? Yes, I agree. So
I think what you're asking is, if a petition comes in, we don't allow it, do you tell them to go see a city councilor?
Correct. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Exactly what the city manager had mentioned. If there's something that's going to the city manager, but it's something that is not allowable, are we notified, or are any other council notified, so we can meet with that resident and try to put that petition forward?
So if it's not allowed, we usually respond via email. We give them a contact the city council, and then they can select the city council to contact.
Okay.
In most cases, this is not a large number of petitions being rejected. Tonight you had, I don't know how many petitions you have for traffic planning and so on. The concern is we are not clear right now as an office, and that's what we're hoping to get direction from this council or the committee, is what is the role of a city councilor and what is the role of a resident when it comes to petitioning certain items for the agenda. And I think based on what I'm hearing tonight, I hope that I have some clarity after this meeting.
Okay, and based on, 13C, B, C, and D, that's not exactly what we're talking about then. It's a little different, correct?
Through the chair to council, that is, basically, the solicitor brought an opinion. It was going to go to committee for further discussion. We already had a discussion in committee previously. There is a comparison with other cities, how they deal with this sort of issues. So that's what the clarity is from my perspective. So hopefully tonight I have some more clarity.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm gonna sit still confused.
Okay, so we have a motion to affirm the practice of the current petitioning process. Did I get that right? Before doing so, Council Russell?
Yeah, on that motion, I'd just like the city solicitor, if she would, please. That item that the counselor had proposed, did you get the verbiage of it? Because I didn't quite get it exactly, but I think I got the gist of it. But
Through the chair,
maybe the clerk
I
could read
think
it.
I understood was a motion to reaffirm the current practice, but honestly, that's not a consistent practice, so I don't think that's a very good motion to make. That's why we're here today, because the question keeps getting asked and the clerk is asking you for guidance. And I'm not interpreting, I'm not, making this new interpretation. Every council body changes Rule 11, Rule 33, Rule 55. It's constantly getting changed a little bit based on the council body. So to reaffirm the current practice is not, the current practice changes every council body and it's not very consistent, so.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you, through you to the solicitor. And so that's my feelings of not being able to support it. I just want to make sure that my constituents that count on me to speak up for them know that that is a reason why. Because where the practice is not what it's envisioned is what the solicitor suggests. So I'll be voting against that item.
Okay. Okay. So the motion first is to reaffirm the vote is to take place to reaffirm the current practice of the city clerk's office, or the city council. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay, these items are going to go to MO for discussion.
Roll call on that, please.
Okay, all three of them together? Or?
Does that include 20A?
No, we'll get to that in a minute. So 20A, I'm sorry, 13B, roll call. The motion is to send to MO committee.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
I didn't get the item, Mr. Chairman. I was
I'm sorry,
distracted by the...
we're on 13B, C, and D. We're on 13B.
And these are to send them to committee?
Yeah,
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
yes. Okay, communication, city current transmitting information, communication of the rules of residents and city councils of placing items on the city council agendas. Motions are sent it to committee.
Roll call, please.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, communication, city clerk, transmitting information, communication detailing how municipalities handle signage being displayed within the council chambers. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Just one second. I'm just looking at the exact language here. What's the number, Mayor Petty?
13D.
Right, I got it right here if you want it.
23. Thing jumps around.
Communication to the city clerk transmitting information communication detail how other municipalities handle signage being displayed within the council chamber.
No.
Councilor Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
What was?
This is send it to the committee, right?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, I changed my vote. Yes.
Okay, Mayor Petty?
Was
Yes.
this 13D?
Yeah.
Yep, to send a committee.
Yes. I,
You want to vote?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so we'll amend Councilor Russell to say yes.
So what, can we recall or reconsider the vote so we know who voted for what? Like, I don't even know who voted for what at this point.
Okay, let's reconsider this vote, okay? Let's do it again.
are we voting to reconsider the
To
item,
send
or are
the-
we just doing a redo of the vote?
Redoing the vote.
A redo of the
I
vote?
don't think people were confused what it said and.
Distracted.
Okay.
So,
So,
Mr. Mayor, we can redo the vote if you like.
yeah,
To MO, Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
No.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
yes. Next item is 20A, request city manager request the city solicitor provide counsel to report detailing if the city charter requires public participation open to non-Worcester
Mr.
residents.
Chairman, did you skip over 14?
I'm going to go back to that. We took this item up with the
Oh,
other
okay.
items.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King? Council
No.
Mayor Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay. We're going back to 14. Okay, report to the planning board. First one's 14A, refer to the Economic Development Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14B, refer to the Public Works Committee.
Mr. Chairman, on that item.
14B?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, on 14B, I know traditionally we send them off to committee, but this is a routine item of a street that was already previously a public street. The work was done, that the planning board and the Public Works Office has already approved. I wonder, is it okay to just vote it, or does it, by statute or some other regulation, does it have to go to committee? Because otherwise, we'll be having this builder is trying to sell some houses on the street, so does it have to go to committee?
I'm going to reaffirm it, but I think it has to go. Good? And this one here? No, this one's the Public Works.
On 14B, I'm talking
Okay, so
about.
we'll send it to the manager for implementation?
Well, no,
Yeah.
I would vote to approve.
Okay, vote to
That'd be
approve?
my motion, to just approve it as opposed to sending it to committee.
Okay.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
motion.
real quickly.
Okay.
So currently, is this street, is not property of the city until we vote it? Is that what it is? What is it? Is that right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Through the chair to the administration, so this city is currently not property. I mean, this street, Modoc, or what was formerly Modoc, is, once we take this vote, will be property of the city, correct?
Through the chair to the council, yes.
Okay, thank you. I support expediting this as well.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mayor Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. We have reports of the committees next. First is Public Safety, 15, motions to accept 15A and 15B. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Report of Public Works, accept adopt.
Was
on a
that
roll-
15A and B? I missed that.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to record a vote on 15A.
15A, the
Yeah,
motion
you ran
is to
through
file.
that.
So the motion is to file it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want a motion to file, which the committee already did. You want a roll call on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Can you clarify that for us?
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Okay,
Chairman?
clarify
okay.
what we're doing.
So we have an item from Public Safety. Public Safety, this item here on 15A, Public Safety recommends petition to be placed on file. Correct? So the motion's already been made to place on file by the subcommittee.
All right, so,
Okay. It's just the file. Oh, you have a question on the
Excuse me,
process?
Mr. Chair, as Chair of Public Safety, maybe I could explain this. It was asked by the petitioners that we withdraw. They asked to withdraw, and we placed it on file.
Okay. Counsel King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Significant questions around this particular petition and the impact it would have and could have had on folks who have claimed victimization here in the city, women who have claimed such. And the reason why I wanted to roll call on this is that there was not any explanation for this from the petitioners other than I want it. At least from I watched the meeting, I heard today, there was no reason given. There was no discussion, there was no sort of statement about that this was going to be withdrawn because it goes against federal regulations or laws, that they knew it wouldn't happen. I just don't understand. So I do not want to be recorded as supporting a non-explanation for this filing. So I will either abstain or vote in opposition to 15A. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to
Mr. Chairman,
file.
we received an email from the petition.
Okay.
That's the.
So the motion is to file. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Agia? Counselor King?
Abstain.
Counselor Member Carlson?
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen? Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Basillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 15B was motion to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A, accept and adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Agia?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Member Carlson? Counselor Nguyen? Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Basillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Se-
Mr. Chairman, could we go back to 14B and just do a reconsideration, just so it won't have
Oh,
to
okay,
wait?
okay.
We forgot to do that, I'm sorry, so that it won't have to wait till the
Okay,
next meeting.
14, so go back to 14.
B, just to vote no on the reconsideration, so it won't have to wait 3 or 4 weeks.
14B, okay, reconsideration for the public street? Yeah, okay, motion for reconsideration, roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
No.
Counselor Calorio?
No.
Counselor Agia?
Yes.
Counselor King?
This is reconsideration, correct? Is this for reconsideration, correct?
Apologies, no.
We got you.
Okay, we'll start again. Counselor Bergman?
I'll start again, Council Bergman.
Could you repeat the item, please?
So 14B is the public road.
So this is the motion for reconsideration?
Correct.
No.
Counselor
No.
Calorio?
No.
Counselor Agia?
No.
Counselor King?
No.
Counselor Member Carlson?
No.
Counselor Nguyen? Counselor Ojeda?
No.
Counselor Basillo?
No.
Counselor Russell?
No.
Counselor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay. We did, I think we did 16A. Did we do 16A yet?
Yep,
We just did that one. Yeah. Did we just do that one? We did? Okay. 17A to 17AK, the motion is to advertise the proposed ordinances from traffic and parking. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Agia?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Member Carlson? Counselor Nguyen? Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Basillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Where are we here? 18, almost. We have 18A, motions to adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Counselor Nian? Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Basillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 19A to 19D, ordained on a roll call. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Counselor Nian? Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Basillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on 20B. Order of Council King requests City Manager to consider providing City Council with a report concerning the expansion of the Shannon CSI funding parameters. Said report should include information that identifies how the changes in the funding parameters may impact youth crisis responsiveness, as well as update concerning the related selection committee member planning and selection process.
Mr. Chairman, can we lay this on the table if that's the next step? This gentleman that I filed this on behalf of is, I believe, in Atlanta, and unable to attend virtually due to,
I think we can do 4 votes. You can hold on the privilege one more time.
okay, that's what I would like. Thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Calorio?
Yes.
Counselor Haji?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Counselor Nian? Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Basillo?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Report of the Committee on Public Works upon the communication of City Manager recommending adoption of an order to transfer city-owned 5161 Seaver Street from the Department of Public Works to the Office of City Manager for disposition purposes and authorizing the conveyance of properties. Recommend adoption of the company order.
Mr. Chairman?
Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, this came out of committee with a 2-to-1 vote. I was in the minority. You know, overall, I respect the manager's, role in figuring out what space can be used, and I think it's such a nice building, and I asked the facilities manager for some numbers, and I think they're using about 25% or thereabouts of those 2 buildings, about half of one of the buildings. And when you take the amount of money that's being used to heat the buildings and shovel them and take care of them and deal with whatever, it still only comes out to be, even using only 25% of it, only comes out to be about $18 a foot. So for us to change, to give that building up, for the city to give it up, and to go find space elsewhere, but I know the manager has had some moving plans of different uses of different other facilities. But I would think if we used 100% of that building, you could be down to like $4 or $5 a foot, which is pretty cheap. So I just thought it was something that we should look closer at. I know there's been comments about parking. I know that the previous use was a college type of setting where a lot of the students had vehicles, so they had a lot of parking that was reserved for residents. But I just had reservations about it, but I know I'm just one vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Merrill Carlson, followed by Councilor
Thank you.
King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Being part of the committee.
I was one of the 2 votes on the committee, Councilor Priscillo and myself, on this particular item. And, Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, my recommendation is that we agree to give this back to the city manager for him to do what he sees fit with this facility. Again, the facility is a nice facility, but quite frankly, if we're not using it, why is it that we continue to keep it? And we've also, there was talk about one of the, that for the schools. There was an agreement made, Mr. Chairman, when Mr. Augustus was here with the neighborhood, when those 2 facilities were purchased, that for that neighborhood, that they would not be selling that to a school that was bringing school buses in on a daily basis. And quite honestly, I mean, that's an area that I represent, and those folks have been through an awful lot over there as it is with WPI and the parking, and we finally got all of the parking resolved over there with the resident parking, which took several years. So I, for one, coming out of committee, was in support of giving this back to the manager to do what he sees fit. Thank you.
Okay, Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface my statement by saying this. We know that one of the interests that we have here is the Nativity School. We've expanded to include girls in their educational programming. And I want to make this very clear. I'm not voting in support of this, but I'm also not voting against the Nativity School. If in fact this gets passed, I hope they're successful in securing the building, Mr. Chairman. What I do know, this is a school issue as well. As indicated, it wasn't just the city manager. We took a vote as a body that we would retain that property and that those properties would also be used for Worcester Public School purposes. And we've heard that was before the Worcester School Committee that the mayor chairs. And we also know the significant needs of facilities for Worcester Public Schools. They're talking about $6 million to get a building up and running for Worcester Public Schools. We know that new schools cost $350 million. We know that's $10 million to fix the old Fanning building. I know right now that that is almost a death trap for kids that are in that building. 6 million versus 10 million. And sure, there were some assurances made to that community, but we don't know what's going to happen when another school moves in there. We don't know. And we have our alternative school settings where we have people essentially what I call going to taking classes in a barn. You go to the building over there behind Pizzeria Delight where there's an alternative school. Why can't they have a nice school facility? Sure, it's not a full-fledged public school. We also have other programs that are in need, Mr. Chairman, as you're well aware, Chair of the School Committee. These needs can be met, and it's nickels on the dollar, quite frankly. You know, to not have this as a resource for our public school students is one thing. We know that the Nativity School young folks are also members of the city and Worcester community members, those students and a lot of those teachers and administrators. But our public school kids are also having great needs for their facilities. And as long as folks who vote for this can look themselves in the mirror when there's another school functioning that's not a Worcester Public School, K to 8 or K to whatever it is, or 5th to 8, whatever the grades are, so be it. I won't be one of them because I'm not gonna support this vote. As mentioned, you know, the city manager has said that there's other spaces that are being looked at. I will also say that, you know, we right now have city council staff that's housed over there. We've had a commitment to archiving that we've had numerous meetings over in the past. We have Division of Youth Operations. We have standing items for cultural centers that I filed back in 2020 that have come before us recently for Black community centers, for cultural havens, for all sorts of things. We heard here today that we have a lot of challenges. There was discussion around HHS going over there and having folks access them. And we know also that there are elevators that are working. We know that for example, over there at the old Fanning building, those elevators don't go up and down like they need to. We have kids getting stuck on certain floors within the past couple of months. And there's significant fire safety issues there that have remained to be unaddressed for years. Again, $6 million or whatever the case might be, sure. And in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, as this goes to the city manager, I ask that he rule out whether or not we're going to lease that facility and gain some income. We're already renting school facilities and paying rent for those facilities. And we have an opportunity here to incur some revenue. And if you look at that community, you look at all of the schools that have purchased and sucked up property there, housing, et cetera. This is an opportunity for our kids. It's an opportunity for our workers. This is an opportunity for students and alternative school folks and folks who are differently able to be able to access and to move about, to have an opportunity. So I support Nativity School if they get this. Good luck. But there's other options here, and I ask that the city manager pursue them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to support the manager's recommendation here and the 2-to-1 vote from the subcommittee. So just to be clear here, the superintendent was very clear on this, that they didn't need this building. And there's so many other priorities. We have a facilities master plan we're working on. We have East Middle, which is starting the process of, and that school will probably be the next school that needs to be done. We have Burncoat Middle maybe, which is going to be who knows how many millions. But we have such a list of our current public buildings that need to be rehabbed. We some sense to bring them into line. And the them all, we have some we're still using, built in the 1800s, and we need some work. And this was a minimum, I think, of 6 or 7. It could be even higher to do that. And there's a strategic plan involving the Fanning Building, I think, and so there's more to come on all this. But I just want the public to be clear. The superintendent was pretty clear that they didn't need this building at the school committee meeting. And I understand the issues surrounding this, that we could find something to use it for, but I think the neighborhood was told we wouldn't put a public school in there too. I thought they were told that. I could be wrong. But anyways, we will, I'll support the motion. So yes vote would to support it, no vote win it. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Okay, so the vote here is to report, and we are on 20C. Report is to support the manager's recommendation adoption of an order to transfer city-owned 5161 Cedar Street from the Department of Public Facilities to the Office of the City Manager for disposition purposes and authorizing advance to the property. Recommending the adoption of the accompanying order. So yes, we support the 2-1 vote from the committee.
Oh, Mr. Chairman. Oh, never mind. It's fine.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Moro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Chairman, it's a disposition of property, so I wonder if we could do a motion for reconsideration.
So we'll do a reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
No.
Council Calorio?
No.
Council Haji?
No.
Council King?
No.
Council Moro Carlson?
No.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Nope.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
No.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Okay. And Mayor Petty.
No.
Chairman?
Okay, motion is to adjourn.
No,
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.